Yup. La, 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 Yes.
I got her!
I need to set the internet command. Sorry. Empty Sky. Think of it the raid. The sub. Gee willikers. Empty Sky. Thank you for the raid, Empty Sky. All right, a second. Wait, internet already exists? Holy frick. That's crazy. You know it's bad when the internet command is all. Hi, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. Sorry if I missed the early messages. I was getting everything set up. I apologize. But wait, Seagull's playing Overwatch? Wait, link. Linka. There's no way, really? Frick, man. Dude, he is. He's freaking playing Overwatch.
You're
Pointing
late.
triangles emoji.
Now
double
it plays.
left pointing triangles emoji. Double left pointing triangles emoji. Double left pointing triangles emoji.
How the
double
fuck do I
left
skip
pointing
again?
Triangles emoji. Double left
Oh,
pointing
wait.
triangles
I actually
emoji.
forgot how to
Double
skip.
left
Oh,
pointing
fuck me.
triangles emoji. Double left pointing triangles
He
emoji.
loves Sierra. That's
double
okay.
Left pointing
That's okay.
triangles emoji.
Everyone's
Double
allowed to
left
have their
pointing
one
triangles
objectively
emoji.
wrong opinion.
Double left pointing triangles emoji. Double left pointing triangles emoji. Double left pointing triangles emoji. Double left pointing triangles emoji.
Holy crap,
Double left
this is
pointing
really
triangles
tiresome.
emoji. Double
Okay,
left
we'll come back to that later. Oh my days. But exclamation mark internet, bro. Fiber is scheduled to be installed on Friday. I woke up this morning, rolled out of bed. There's gonna a joke in there somewhere. I just wasn't fast enough. Check, and the first thing I see on my phone is that good news. We're ready for your installation. I'm like, no, Beth. I was like, there's no way. So I'm so excited. No more freaking canceling YouTube streams. No more inability to multitask. No more hour-and-a-half long uploads before I can go live on Thursday. It's gonna be so nice, man. I don't know how much it's going to be, but put it this way. It will no longer be a problem. It will no longer be a problem. Fingers crossed. Oh, hi, Spella. Back from the gym. How you doing with your gains, man? Looking good. Thank you, Mountain Racing. Well, there's this kind of in the way, but we're still training. Strength gains have held pretty well right now, despite that. So stoked. YouTube streams don't get scammed. Twitch crap doesn't come up. All this kind of stuff. Now you can have your favorite chatters open instead of only having those Twitch chuds to keep you company. I know, that's what I'm saying. You played with Pepper 2 days ago and had a power. How did you know it was her, Hot Claire? Like, please pass my apologies to her. That game was very winnable. How did you know it was her? I'll tell her. That's kind of funny, though. There's a lot of Peppers. That's the only reason I ask. 100% cotton fiber. I don't know if you still use polyester fiber. That's funny. All right. So, real quick. As promised, we're a little behind schedule here. We're going to talk about Shion. I spent yesterday about 2 hours doing some extra studying up on my Shion fundamentals, watching some high-level professional play, studying some OBS Sojourn VODs, but also just watching some rank play, because I was honestly like more impressed with the rank play. I watched some Alvocates, who I thought was playing well. I watched some Maimon, watched some Yeetle. Just a lot of people anywhere from like Champ 4 to Champ 1. And just taking some notes. Good news, I think we're on point. Basically what we expect is exactly what you're getting. The other good news is that from what I have seen, I need to turn this on slow mode. Hang on a second. The nerfs to Shion don't really change how you play her. How do I turn on slow mode? Hello. Okay, there you go. The only I think major thing I would say is that is that it sometimes changes the combos that you do slightly with the delay, but it's mostly like the nerfs haven't really changed the gameplay loop much at all. They just made it feel a little clunkier. Right, exactly. So what we're gonna do today, in my Discord, YouTube and Twitch, Discord YouTubers, I don't. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna freaking do this really fast. I'm gonna add the Discord invite link in the description of the YouTube live stream real fast, so you guys don't have to go hurrying around if you're not in my Discord. Sorry, YouTube. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop it in the description. In the description, there is that channel, Shion Feedback Ideas, under the Overwatch category. I just dropped it there. And you can drop your feedback on the hero, what you like, what you don't like about the character, and what you would change, if anything, about the character. As always, whenever we do like these community group projects, I'm going to be very selective about what I go in detail. So there'll be some feedback that I kind of skim over, some that I go in detail with. Mostly it's just because there will be just the quantity of ideas. And also because what will happen is somebody will come up with an idea like, I think they need to remove the delay after her gun, here's why. And I'll go through it and I'll be like, okay, yeah, I agree or disagree with that argument. And then somebody else will go, I think they need to remove the delay in her gun, here's why. And it's like kind of more of the same. So people are going to come up with similar ideas. That's kind of how it looks at. Thank you, Mountain Racing. My finger's okay. It'll be fine. It's not a bad break. So yeah. Holy crap. Sterling with a 225 and Jacob with a 130. What's up, heroes? So these are some of my notes here really fast. Let me actually update the stream headline. Oh, in case you guys, you Twitchers that you didn't see, I cannot believe I just said Twitchers. That's not going to be Shion Discussion feedback. I did kind of after stream day before yesterday, after I played all the games to the creator patch, I did record separately my full thoughts on it and upload it. So yeah, on the creator patch. But yeah, TLDR, tempo timing duelist. In other words, you play around your CDs as a duelist. And you're basically upping your aggression, or you're playing around aggressive cycles depending on the status of primarily your alt fire, but also your bike as well. I kind of want to actually use, maybe, are Maimon's VODs public? Because I think Maimon would be a great one, because I think he's like rank 10 right now or something stupid like that. Yeah, he's playing right now. I watched a VOD of him, and I thought he was playing. I thought he was playing very well with Shion. Let me see if I can find it. I could just pick a random VOD. It doesn't really matter that much. He's on Curie. Get off of Kiriko, please. He's on tank. What are we doing, my moon? When does he play DPS? Okay, there he goes. Bro waits till 3 hours into stream to play his main role. There must be a reason behind that. I don't know. But I kind of use this as like a backdrop for like what we're talking about. Let me pull this up really fast. So shout out to Maimon, very good player. It's been a good player for quite a long time. He's on freaking Tracer. Okay, no, we're not. Okay. Basically, you're taking an angle, shocker, like you're taking an angle or controlling space around your team. The type of angle that you're taking with Shion is pretty flexible. She's one of the more flexible heroes, I think, in terms of positioning. I would say definitely more of a mid-range priority, but she can play longer angles if she has her alt fire, depending on the composition. Usually depending on the composition. Like, usually you would not want to play at maximum distance if you can avoid it. But if you're playing versus, like, Reaper, Tracer, Genji, there's really no reason for you to gap close that much. Winston, stuff like that. And she can play up close. Certain characters, certain timings, especially around your bike cycles, you could definitely get your hands dirty with bike. Usually bike is the reason why you get your hands dirty, and usually not more else than that. But you can kind of see it right here. He's controlling an angle. He's going to bike to rotate. The reason why he's biking to rotate right now is due to the audio cue of cooldowns being used. He would never just blindly bike on that angle. He'd probably poke more carefully. But she's basically... I'm trying to think of, like, do we have another character with a hit scan weapon that plays super heavily around their CDs? Can anybody think of one? It's not Cassidy. Cassidy's not near as kit-focused as Shion is. It's not Sojourn. Maybe Sombra? Yeah, maybe Sombra technically hit scan weapon, but obviously you're playing around Translocator and Virus a lot. Kind of, yeah. That's not a terrible description. Yeah, and Tracer, but yeah. But she has, like, much more consistent range than Tracer, and to a lesser extent Sombra. Soldier, no, Soldier's not near as cooldown reliant. Reaper, yeah, potentially. So you can kind of see there's just like a lot of like these mid-range angles where you're really trying to decide the most important decision, or like not the most important decision, but the most complicated decision you make is, what do I do with bike? Like right now, for example, I'm going to pause it right here. So the reason why bike is being used, and the reason why I think it's a pretty interesting CD, I don't love the CD necessarily, it's kind of goofy, but like I do like it's executed pretty well, is that if you use your bike now, you can't run away. You just can't. In addition to that, you also can't rotate deeper. So you basically have to decide, like in this moment right now, Maimon has to go, okay, the reason why I'm going to use my bike here is because my tank is dead. We've just capped. I'm not under any danger because the team would have to overextend to come after me. And I also don't want to deepen because my tank is dead. But you can even see it there. They see bike being used, and they see that as a trigger, the enemy team to push. You guys saw that? But it does mean that you're like right there, like you're slightly at a disadvantage in that duel, and he recognizes that it's a 2v1 too late. But like, for example, here, it's the same thing. I would say it's as if it's something different. It's not. Tank dies again, so we might as well just, we're using our bike for rollout, so we might as well just use it. So she's weird. She's weird in that front. She's got like pretty decent range with her guns if you can hit all of your shots. Like it's not like great range, but it's decent. But you really, really are more of a kit-focused duelist. Like really, really more of a kit-focused duelist. And I think that the thing that's nice about bike, and this is why I've always loved mobility when it's done well, is that it's just inherently dynamic, right? Like right here, for example, when we rotate with bike here, we're not doing bike for damage. We're doing bike because we want to find a different angle. We need to get out of the choke. So many of our teammates are up top right. We're getting stuff in the choke. How can I open up my own angle? And then that's a risk right there. That's very risky, but it gets out. And then now I don't have my bike, so I need to be careful. So he's managing his distance, running away. He's actually honestly probably should have run a little sooner there. But you see, like that bike is how he got on that angle. But however, getting on the angle means that he doesn't have bike. And so when he is on an angle without bike, he's less dangerous, for lack of a better term, right? So you use your bike for rotation, but you don't get to do it for damage. You don't get to have both, or at least not consistently. Like you could technically throw your bike like he did, but obviously it's just not as good. What? By the way, boss, your overlay title is focused on her legs? What on earth does that mean? I'm not sure I understand. So again, bike for the rotate. Shion discussion. Oh. Shion. Shion discussion. That's great. Oh, okay. Oh, that's great. Thank you. But yeah, you can see it here. We're gonna bike to rotate. Why are we playing here? Because like, look at our team's position. Look at Cart. Look at the height. Right. Soj is gonna hold that angle much better than Shion. Shion's definitely more of that hybrid in terms of range dynamics. And then now pressure, pressure, pressure. Hold the angle. Shoot what's convenient on that angle. Don't force the rotation. Actually apply pressure from here. And then if I don't have any intent to rotate, I might as well go for the bike. Now he screws it up there. He kind of overextends, but you can see it. It's like he's following just simple DPS fundamentals here. The sexy part of Shion is the part that like you won't see a whole lot, which I saw an interesting game. I wish I could find it. Maybe I will find it. It was one with Alvacates versus Maimon, and I was on King's Row, and it was a Shion mirror. And the reason why it was interesting is because it was like kind of like a very, very close quarters duel with a lot of like there wasn't a lot of like dive heroes. There's like a lot of proximity duels. So we saw them both trying frequently to go for like, maybe this is it. This might have been it here. I think this is the one here. Yeah, this is the one. But the reason why this one was interesting is because there was like a lot of attempts to go for the combos. And so you definitely like this is how I get away with getting high rank on these heroes without high rank. I say relatively so, without necessarily knowing all of the combos like mechanically. Like I can know them, but I don't necessarily need to do them. Is because the amount of times where you're going to go for like a proper combo is actually not super often. Like you're kind of just holding your angle and using your CDs like pretty like anybody. Not anybody, but you don't need to be super flashy here. Like right here, right? Like you don't need to go alt fire and they do the perfect combo. You just do whatever. Now, the interesting thing here, this is what's changed with the delay a little bit. And this is where we kind of cook. Like I'm kind of just rambling here a little bit, but I'm kind of providing structure for what we're aiming for. The nuance that's changed with the delay is that in theory, if you wanted to commit on this cooldown, can you guys tell me how should you approach this duel? If you're all-inning, how should you approach this duel? If you're all-inning here, how do you do it? Because it's kind of changed a little bit. Yeah, you should open bike. Yeah. And the reason why is because there's no delay upon dismount. But there is a delay on alt fire. No, before the nerf to her delay, and I hope this changes in the future, there would be no reason not to like open with alt fire here, because you could alt fire into bike, you could alt fire into primary fire. You can cancel out of the right click into bike? What? Am I misspreading this information here? It's only for shooting in melee. Wow. Disregard. We need to pull up practice range here. Frick me. We'll pull it up. We get it, you're old, your legs are going? Yes. But yeah, the boop off of the bike into the execute definitely helps a lot. It definitely helps a lot. The other thing to kind of keep in mind as well is that the bike is harder to hit. So even if you can animation cancel it, the bike is harder to hit than the alt fire. Because the alt fire, was hit scan, right? Like straight up. So even if you can combo it, I still prefer if you can probably bike, because it's just easier to hit when they're not ready for it. Coaching invalid? Yeah, basically. Come on now. We're not loading up. Unable to create a custom game. Thank you. It's just coffee and water. Let's try that, but the other way around. So you can do that. You're right. Yeah, Sarah Lee's right. Who would have thought? So you can combo into that. But I still wonder. I still think you go with, I still think you go bike first. Just if you are committing. Because of either the boot follow-up afterwards, but also just the consistency of landing the bike without giving yourself away first. Yeah. I agree with the execution with melee. That's definitely going to be on our list of things to do. Let's keep going. Let's watch a little bit here. But he's not using the bike there, even though he should have, because he's thinking, I still need something to rotate out. The bike is the insurance of me being able to hold my angle or hold my lane without dying. I mean, this is champ 1, guys. Like, this guy's ranked number 10, right? So, like, or champ 2 or whatever. Like, we're still finding opportunities to get it done. We'll watch a little bit more, and then we'll start to go to my... So the gameplay loop is basically... Okay, there's another situation where we're opening with bike. Now, the question was, did we rotate? Did we choose to rotate and then bike? No, he chose the bike. Yeah, he chose the bike. He wanted to push the angle now and go quickly. I mean, that's kind of they were cleaning up a 1 fight, so... Let's see here. Right-click first because the distance... And then he's going to use bike into the ultimate. That's something else that I saw a lot, is that a lot of the times they will go from the bike directly into the ultimate as well. But yeah, highly recommend if you guys are looking for some high level Shion gameplay. This guy and Advocate were playing really well. I think Yeatle as well. I mean, like I said, Yeatle just finds a way to be champ 5 or champ 4 in basically every hero that he learns pretty quickly, which is pretty nice considering he's been out of the washed thing for a while. Yeah, he was keeping bike because he didn't want to rotate as much. Let's take a look here. But like, for example, here, right? This is what's kind of unusual to me. He actually commits bike here, which I think is a little risky because he really doesn't know if he wants to push or rotate there. That bike I don't like as much because you could kind of see it there. They use Kitsu, and he could have been easily killed or cleared there because he kind of wanted to have that opportunity to rotate, you know? So I don't like that bike as much as we've seen some of the earlier ones. Another thing that I've noticed a lot as well is these guys won't use... Okay, so what have you guys noticed so far about Maimon really quick here? Look at... There's one really important thing that I not learned, but I was reminded of. Something we talked about like the first day that she came out, but I've just kind of forgotten. Look carefully, right from this point. This is your hint. What's... Do you see it? Keep watching. Do you see it? Now you should really see it right here. You should really see it right here. Do you see it? No, it's not the range. It's not the range. Did you see it? Watch again carefully. No right click. Exactly. Now, everybody who's played Shion knows that right click is busted. It's really good. Right here, right click could absolutely be a threat to finish off one of those targets if they peek. In addition, right here, right click right here would chip some of the Reaper HP, would do a pretty decent amount of damage to Orisa. Why is he not using right click? Oh, he does use right click to even when not finishing kills, 100%. But why is he saving it? Yes, exactly, Jacob. So this is like the really important thing with right click. If you're holding the most ridiculous angle in the history of the universe like you are right here, if you use your right click, you're going to lose any 1v1 that happens in the next few seconds. So he's actually doing less damage per second from his angle because he knows if he uses his right click and he gets pushed, he's dead. He's dead. It's kind of like what we talked about with bike, but it's even more punishing because with bike, you can always be like, well, maybe I couldn't get out in time, whatever else. But if for whatever reason the Shion pushes, the Reaper pushes, anybody pushes here, yeah, he could use right click to get a little bit more damage here, like a noticeable more damage. Not a ton, but noticeable, right? But the problem is that if he cannot win a 1v1 without right click. It does lower the value of the angle, but at least you can hold it. It's simple risk management, right? It's simple risk management. You understand what I'm saying? That's actually a very it's something that how many of you guys are Ana players, right? When do you use nade on an angle versus when do you hold it? right? When do you use sleep dart on an angle versus when do you hold it? I think sleep is probably the better analogy because nade on an angle is like immediately lethal. Sleep at an angle is useful. Right click on an angle is useful. And you'll see he'll use it there when he doesn't need it. But if you are at a risk or unsure if you're going to get dueled or pressed at any point in time, to use it is you're fricked. Or Imre with having pistol, right? Well, less so with Imre because your gun just does more damage than pistol. But yeah, in this situation here, if he's at any risk of getting pushed on his angle, he just does not use his dash. He does not use his right click. He lets the passive value of the angle itself do it. Now, would he have used it if he'd had bike there? Maybe. Maybe he would have used his right click for more pressure. Or maybe he would have used his bike. So it's not really as much about uptime with the right click, right? As it is, unless you're not in any risk of being pressed, right? If you're under no risk of being pressed, use it off of cooldown, basically. It's because it's not about, it's about going, I need to, like right now, for example, he needs that right click so that he can win, either live or punish a disengage. Or I don't know why he ran out here. Like that was kind of a feat. He should have taken the Reaper duel, but yeah, it's less about uptime with the right click and more about making sure that every time you use it, there's a very clear intent behind it, you know? Very clear intent. Charging the right click increases it, tightens its spread. Charging the bite does not. But yeah, we'll watch a little bit more here. Let's see if we But yeah, like you guys will see, like compared to like, this is why I want to look at more ranked play from these guys and not just like, oh, you know, Stalker, POV, and pro scrims, because this is more like what you're gonna see, this kind of crap right here. Is he gonna be push? Now here I would definitely use my right click. You got to pop off somehow. So no, not bike spread, alt fire spread. Although there is splash damage down crease on the ground slam compared to the floor slam. There's some, but bike is a really weird cooldown with the details of how the damage spread is calculated, like how the explosion damage specifically. It's really weird. It's really strange. I wouldn't say that they're not completely relevant, but I would say it's not like the most important thing ever. We can watch right now. Okay, let's watch a little bit right now. Let's watch a little bit of Maimon really quick here. We're gonna talk a little bit. This is like kind of like theory crafting, but then we're kind of using this as like our springboard for should be Europe, should be damage, for our springboard for our critique. Oh, nice. Look at that, guys. Wait, how do I do this? Watch live replay. Okay, cool. Figuring it out. So here, this is live. Yeah, he's gonna mark the left angle, I assume, because of where his Widow's playing. Gonna press, obviously. Does he use his ult? Yeah, he doesn't want to just yet. He's gonna, no need to. We have the angle, we have the space. Live replays last month or two. Pretty recent. Uh-oh. But you're going to notice that these Shion players are playing her in much more middling, close to medium ranges because her mobility is really good. Like, you could do some pretty crazy angle stuff with this character, and you need to. Because her range pressure isn't all that good. It's only relevant when you're able to hold a ridiculous angle and apply range pressure, and then hold your alt fire, which is what Maimon was doing. Again, look at the angle he's holding in context with where his Widow is holding, right? It's always contextual, right? He actually swings right when his team swings left. Then we rotate with bike. Now the question here is, what do we do? That was a bit greedy there. That was a bit greedy, but they're up one and we're holding our CD. Yeah, I would too, Bob. I would imagine she's a little bit worse in lower ranks too. I think she has a higher skill floor. But I do think she's overtuned, so I doubt she's underperforming. Uh-oh. That's too close for me versus that character. Especially without bike. Marking. What is he doing? Is he expecting ult? Okay, that was it. I was like, what is he doing? He was going for nano combo. Because he gave up his lane, but yeah, he gave his lane for Ana LOS. Definitely Shion has a higher skill ceiling. Definitely. Shion has a much higher skill ceiling. I would say Shion probably has like a B tier skill ceiling, not S or A. Like decent skill ceiling. Like below Tracer, below Genji, above Cassidy maybe. Because she has like both mechanical hit scan requirements and kit nuance, right? And I'm always gauging things from like assuming that like we're not only looking at mechanics. We're looking at like kit plus mechanics, you know? Higher than Honor, 100%. Nice combo. There's your boop boop combo there. Boop bomb combo. Is this the Yui fanboy? What's up, dude? Yes, it is. I was literally, dude, what are the odds? I was literally watching a Yui video while I was waiting for videos to upload. Seriously. A little bit lower than Echo Sombra. I actually think Echo's skill ceiling is overrated. I would say, like, comparable to Echo Sombra. Maybe Sombra's even a little bit higher. I don't really know. Is a bike healing perk better? Depends. Depends on how much you're moving around and how reliant you're off of your supports. I think the other major perk is overvalued, but still probably the better perk. I'll talk about why later on. We're all inning. He tries to dash there to bait the C. He thinks the Ana knows that he's there. The Ana didn't know or didn't care. So kind of a waste of a dash, but it doesn't really matter. Alt fire into primary fire. Baits hook. Shoot, 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 shoot. Alt fire. Yeah, this. You can see how much. Like, think about this, guys. How many bike combos did we go for right here? How many instances of cool tech did you guys see? Yui Elden Ring, Michael, yeah. Seriously, think about it. Like one on the Tracer when the fight was already won, right? Like so much of what he was doing was just so much of what he did was both his raw aim and his rotations. Like raw aim and his rotations. And how he was managing his alt fire without how he was moving. It really wasn't. It was flashy in terms of how he was moving, and there were definitely some crazy moments. But like, even in a more tech-oriented character, a more complicated skill floor character, there wasn't anything like absolutely like bonkers here. You're already talking like Rio about Kevster. Actually, so true. So, we'll watch a little bit of the attack here.
Looks like the best team in the solar system.
People say Echo is because of the ult. Yeah, the reason why I don't judge Echo because of the ult is because if we talk about theoretical skill ceiling, it just becomes into like philosophical, sophistic nonsense. Like you could literally say technically every hit scan character in the game has the highest skill ceiling. You know what I'm saying? Like what's a really low skill ceiling character that has like, I mean, what do you do? Life Weaver is the highest ult because he has to worry about his perfect aim. It's like it's just only so much you can get out of it, you know? Or Moira, right? You could perfectly track with Moira, technically. Right. Early bike for the rotation. I'm surprised he's not using alt fire there. That I would, because we're not planning to rotate immediately. I would have used alt fire there personally, just for the quick burst. This is odd. Okay, maybe the enemy team is kind of trolling. Bike combo, no combo, goes for the rotate instead. Well, we need to ground this reasoning in something for sure, but the way I ground it is what's the reasonable amount of skill ceiling that if you played 5 to 6 hours every single day, how long would it take you to master a character's kit, you know? The problem with hit scan aim is that you can literally always get better. And so does that mean that hit scan aim doesn't matter in terms of character skill ceiling? Of course not. Of course it matters a great deal, but like it's not feasible for you to hit 100% of your shots. It's just not possible. Aggressively pushing it. Very aggressive on this angle here. I think he's just... Honestly, that felt a little disrespectful with how deep he was in there. I am curious why he didn't alt fire there. Maybe it's more used as a defense versus being pressed. Okay, the enemy team is just kind of trolling now. Do they get a recontest? Is this just a random game? Yeah, we're watching it live, which is kind of cool. Okay, that's more of what I would expect from Allfire. He just freaking dies. Okay. I mean, he biked there and then acted. Yeah, see, this is just ego. He biked there and then just acted like, oh, that's all fine, and then like, it's not fine. You biked there. You need to be more careful. Like, that rotation was still probably fine, but you needed to play the backside of the high ground. Instead, he got landed on.
This ends now.
Yeah, they're just trolling. Well, that's that. Who are we watching? Yeah. Let's follow an alt account. Yeah. Is Alvacate streaming? Maybe we could look at Alvacate leaderboard. Damage. Otherwise, we can move on. But yeah, TLDR, Allfire good, but using it means that you're kind of lost your primarily dueling tool. Oh, I'm in NA. I'm stupid. So you're kind of fricked if you get caught without your Allfire or dash. So one of the questions you guys were asking was about like the perk choice. The reason why I value the one that gives you all the passives is partly due to wall hacks, but also partly due to CD reduction on bike, which I think that's not exactly a hot take. The reason why I think it's overvalued, and there are situations when you don't necessarily have to choose it, is because if you've noticed, when you're holding an angle, unless you're being pressed, you really don't use your dash. You don't really use your dash. You sit on it. You sit. So depending on your situation, you may not get as much value out of the double CD cooldown reduction because it may not change bike breakpoints, first off, in terms of like getting another bike again. But it's like the cooldown reduction on dash may or may not be actually useful. You may just sit on it, right? So I don't think it's bad that the major perk has situational uses, like wall hack situationally useful, cooldown reduction bike situationally useful, because honestly, the bike heal is also situational. I'm just saying that like if you're going on super deep flanks and you're getting a lot of value out of that, and you shouldn't feel guilty about picking that perk over the other one. I think both are just like the other one's just more consistent. That's all. That's all. So let's look at the, I'm going to give you guys my quick crash course on feedback with Shion. So I haven't really prepared this. This is going to be completely off the cuff. Let's talk about the good first. Good. It is nice to have, while I wouldn't say a super high skill ceiling character, it's nice to have a character that feels like on par with some of the higher skill ceiling characters that we've had in the game. Something like, skill ceiling of Farah, something like maybe the skill ceiling of like an Ana, or I'm trying to think here, maybe a Kiriko to a lesser extent, Soj, somewhere up there, maybe not quite as high as Soj in terms of the mechanical skill ceiling. Something that just is not, no offense, Onron, right? Something that just isn't Mizuki, which is not that bad. Something that isn't like completely boring, kitless, pared down, domesticated Emre, even Domina, which I think if they just changed the way her shield worked, would have a pretty decent skill ceiling, but is also just not like there isn't really anything with a good skill ceiling since literally like Freya or Hazard, and Freya's skill ceiling is basically strictly mechanics. So it's nice, first off, my compliment, to have a character that is not like unplayable for lower ranks, right? If anything, proves that you don't have to have a character with a medium to high skill ceiling that's unplayable, but is also one that is fun to also learn that skill ceiling too. And I like having a character that has kit expression. Now, a lot of her kit, especially her Allfire, is kind of mechanical, but there is timing of when to do it and how to do it correctly. We literally just talked about that for an hour. I like the fact that we have a mobility tool with some question marks, right? Like how to use it correctly, and the fact that it has a damage component and a damage component that you can use in different ways, and a damage component that can be comboed, provides a lot of different ways to express your skill with that ability. We saw Maimon just there using the bike for both a combo tool, a dueling tool, and a rotational tool. Okay? So that's great. I love the skill ceiling from that, and I love the creativity and expression. There is enough wiggle room with the kit to not necessarily have different playstyles, because I think playstyles are largely a myth, but for allowing you to choose high risk, high reward angles going for combos versus more passively controlling space. If you say that's a playstyle, that's fine, but basically you can go for higher risk angles or lower risk angles. Your choice. Subjectively, because those are the more objective things, subjectively, I like the way her character outline is. I like the robot thing. I think it's cool that she talks through her neck. I know it's a little bit like, I know it's kind of overdone in media to be like the unhinged crazy person, the sociopath, but we don't have a lot of that in Overwatch, and it's kind of nice to see a different take on it a little bit. Overwatch, I'm going to be perfectly honest, guys, doesn't have the most creative character design in terms of personalities of all time. They're all kind of caricatures, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It fits Overwatch's vibe. I mean, I think it was done pretty well, especially coming off of Sierra, who I think was a total train wreck visually and sound design. I think in many ways, Shion is a bit of a return to form. A bit of a return to form. And, of course, the super interesting with the self-hater dynamic compared to the Mizuki. Yes, there's a lot of lower things to explore there, too. Cool. Subjectively, I like the way the kit sounds and feels for the most part. She feels relatively noisy and easy to punish. She sounds a little bit too much like Widowmaker, and I don't love that as much. But I like the ult voice line. I like the way the kit feels and looks. And subjectively, because of all of the sound and visuals and combo potential, she's fun to play. I wouldn't put her in my personal top heroes of all time, but she's definitely the most fun I've had playing, I think, a new Overwatch character since Hazard. It's been a long time. Been a long time. Reminds me a lot of like what early release Sojourn was in terms of like the run and gun before they completely butchered her and made her 225 glass cannon. They've done a good job. And it's also really nice to see a character with a gun that isn't a sniper. I mean, guys, I'm not going to go on my soapbox about this, but every single character, whether it's buffering Emre's range, Freya, freaking Far with their 225, which I understand to a lesser extent, Sierra, like every single character in Overwatch is just a 225 glass cannon, even some of the supports, right? So we have a character that is a little bit tankier and has a dash with overhealth and has an execute and can ride around on her bike, you know? It's nice. It's nice. So I hope that they keep this. I hope that they keep a character. I mean, we guys were watching these Champion 1 Shions doing all these crazy flanks and angles and stuff. It looked a lot more like, you guys were saying, Sombra. Looked more like a Genji with how she was positioning, moving around. Means that there's a lot of ways that you can express your skill through how you're positioning. So all of that being said, couple of critiques, okay? So first things first, let's address the elephant in the room, which was the alt fire delay before primary firing melee. I hope that they allow you the ability to cancel this with melee more consistent. Am I crazy? Is that new?
Quick and painful.
I swear that wasn't a thing like a day ago. I'm literally in the act of criticizing this, and I'm like, there it is. There was a bug fix earlier? Okay, well, good. This is good. This is nice. I don't think you should be able to cancel midway. It's too fast of an animation. No, the charge doesn't matter. Okay, so that's good. Now, I will say that my criticism is the elephant in the room was the fact that you used to be able to primary fire after charging alt fire. Now, let me go and explain to you why. Okay, I want you guys to listen very carefully. If there is a fun tech that is not so unintuitive that you couldn't figure it out through practice, listen carefully, that you don't need to, that you could figure it out just through playing the game and practicing, and that tech increases the value output of the character, listen to me, the tech needs to stay. Oh, but it's not intended. I don't care. I don't care. It leads to a broken outcome. Fix it. Balance around the outcome. Bear Terrorist, thank you for the subscription. In other words, what I'm saying is I'm literally saying balance the right click such that you are actually encouraged to experiment and find out the primary fire afterwards. Like Mercy Super Jump. That's correct. That's correct. That's right. I don't think that is too hard to figure out. I don't think it's too hard to figure out. Now, I already know that people are going to be like, oh, but there's lockout and other abilities. It doesn't matter. Apples to oranges. For example, if you look at Zenyatta, Zenyatta's lockout is a completely different ability and something that isn't reliant off of a CD. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't matter that it's Zenyatta. Zenyatta has a different ability, different hero, different situation. So for me, it's about this feels like it flows better, so I want it to exist. And Zen is also range oriented, right? Not something that is a proximity pilled, right? To an extent. So for me, I'm not against having a bit of a delay, but you should be able to reward, at least be able to reward the ability to actually go in and use your primary fire afterwards. Right? That needs to go. That needs to go. And then nerf the alt fire accordingly. So my critiques of Shion are going to be kind of moving forward. I'm going to be proactive with my aggression versus Blizzard. This is me versus Blizzard. Right? I've noticed I'm dual wielding, okay? Do not take away tech from this character. Do not take away the bump explosion. Don't take that away. Nerf it if it's too potent. Oh, but if you nerf the bike, then I don't care. Yes, I make throwing the bike across the map a little bit weaker. I encourage you, I reward you for going for the combo more. I don't care. Then fine, the bike explosion direct is too big. The lower skill expression of the character is too big. Who cares? Make people have a motivation for going for something that makes them feel smart and clever about figuring it out. Don't leave bike explosion damage as it is if it's broken. Don't leave alt fire explosion as it is if it's broken. If the tech isn't some ridiculous niche, unexplorable, impossible, unattainable combo, then let it exist. It's really, really simple to just nerf the alt fire and leave the primary fire tech in there. Because you guys ready for the obvious take that everybody in the mother from day one knew? I think alt fire probably shouldn't do 140 damage without the perk. Because I don't know, guys. That seems like a lot of damage, no? Especially when that's not even headshotting and doesn't account for how tight the spread is. For crying out loud. That's kind of a lot of damage. All right? So, number one, do not remove the tech for Bike Bash. It's high risk, high reward. Let it stay. Nerf bike a little bit. Whole. Do not remove the ability, or don't, please revert the ability to go alt fire into primary fire. Just make alt fire a little bit weaker. Let people try and be rewarded for doing new fun things. The balance could come afterwards. We can balance around the numbers themselves. Very simple. Very simple. So let people enjoy things with their tech, please. Stop patching tech out, which, to give them credit, I'm pretty sure that alt fire into melee was not a thing. And now it is. So good for them. Second big thing, okay? All right? Do not make Shion 225 HP. The whole point of this character is that you have so much more positional creativity and dynamics of positional expression that Sojourn used to have, to a lesser extent, and now doesn't have. And so many other characters have this. So the exact same problem. Wu Yang, and so on. Please do not do this to Shion. If she does too much damage, nerf the bike. Nerf the primary fire. Nerf the alt fire. Nerf her Madon. I don't care. Nerf everything about her, but do not take away the ability to move around. But she's not 250 AP. She's 300 HP. Just press shift. Yes, I know. I don't care. Let her stay 325. Let her stay 325. Now, I would argue that you could probably say that maybe if we need to nerf additional things, you could probably nerf dash to where it gives less. I don't think it needs to give 75 over health. Doesn't need to. It's fine that it does. Doesn't need to. Why? Because I think like it's not because it's a more of a boring CD in that aspect. I don't think you necessarily need to like. It's not the most strategic thing in the history of the world. Let's be honest. It's probably her weakest cooldown. Okay, but do not take away her base HP, please. Do not do it. Let her be aggressive. Right? Let her be the annoying gnat on the side that's difficult high risk high reward, where how she is both her alt fire and her bike. She has to decide how she wants to use it for the reward. For me, the main critique of Shion, if we ignore the proactive critique of don't remove the tech, please, like what they did with the primary fire and the 225 8th. My one critique in Shion example now, besides the alt fire, is coincidentally, I do think that with both the bike combo and the alt fire, she has too much access to burst damage. So if you're thinking about a balance problem where she's a little too strong, I mean, she's not the most oppressive character, certainly that we've had on release, not even in the top 10, okay? But she's too strong. So if you're going to nerf Shion, do not nerf her HP, do not nerf her cooldowns, do not nerf her tech. Please nerf the burst damage. Because I look right now and I could say, hey, this probably does a little too much damage. It has range options. It has close range options. There's also tech options. Great, let's leave all of that. But let's maybe 140 is a little high, especially for a character because of her positional flexibility, has a lot of situations where she's interacting with breakpoints on squishies. In other words, 10 damage when you're just AFK shooting a tank doesn't matter that much, or 20. But 10 or 20 damage matters a lot more when you're taking more aggressive angles, okay? So I would love to see, I'm not going to give hard numbers, but anywhere from 5, 10, 15, 20, anything to that execution would be absolutely fine. Sure. Okay? Same thing goes to the bike with the exact same critiques. You could make the impact damage slightly lower. You could, that's 60, make it 50. So you could still do the tech. Make the ground impact instead of 130, make it 120. Maybe make the explosion gradient a little bit smaller, a little bit tighter, and have a harsher fall off. Whatever. Don't nerf the movement speed. Don't nerf the jump, please. And certainly don't nerf the cooldown. The cooldown is arguably too long as it is. I mean, I don't really have a huge problem with it because she does have other cooldowns to compensate. Like, I have more of a problem with this with like a character like Ram or a character like, I'm trying to think of a good example, like Ana before the 14, where like so much of that character's gameplay was around that one CD that it becomes very, very boring. She does have a couple other things. And I think the other thing to keep in mind as well is that there is the active duration before it detonates. So in theory, you can kind of greed a couple more seconds. But yeah, I mean, I think the cooldown's fine. Maybe it could be lower if anything else. No, supports aren't Thanos necessarily. I think that like what we've created is this, we don't want to create a rival situation where we're allowing burst damage to exist because burst healing is existing, and then burst healing has to exist because burst damage exists. You get what I'm saying? You got to cut the line somewhere. If burst healing is too OP, the solution is not to nerf burst damage or to buff burst damage. That's no excuses. Nerf the burst healing, leave the damage as it is. You get what I'm saying? I think supports are mostly fine as it is, especially with the global healing passive. We won't go down that rabbit hole right now. But yes, I think holistically, if you're going to nerf anything about Shion, and I think that you should, I think you should nerf the peak output of Joyride damage and nerf the peak output of execution damage. 100%. I also think they probably need to take a look at her perks. The biggest perk that needs to be looked at is rapid reload. I don't know that's consistently the best perk. You know what, honestly, actually, hang on. Maybe they need to look at Ex Machina because it does have some situations where it can get some pretty silly breakpoint things. But honestly, her perks aren't even that bad compared to others. Like even the fact that the major perk, there is some nuance with that, more so than I think people thought, because wall hacks is not consistently as useful because it is a 50% HP threshold. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's it. All right, guys, this might be the simplest TLDR that I have in a hero review before we actually look at y'all's suggestions. I do want to look at y'all's feedback. Maybe we can come up with some more better ideas. But my immediate crash idea is like just nerf her burst damage. Do not touch her HP. Do not touch her cooldowns. Do not touch her tech. In fact, revert the stupid delay and balance accordingly. That's my thoughts. Just tone down the damage. That's it. And not even by much. What do you think about the time to kill decreasing with every new hero? I mean, is it really? Vendetta was not a very fast TDK character. Certainly not right now. Onron, not really. Emre definitely has a pretty fast TDK, but that was nerfed a little bit. Sierra, more around her major perk, which they did nerf. I don't think that that's the case at all. I think that's just a made-up narrative, frankly. Like, I mean, I think I look at half of these other characters and be like, if they were, I mean, imagine if Cassidy was released today. Imagine if Cassidy was released today. Or Junkrat, you know? You know? So, or Roadhog, you know? Now, I know those are, some of those are pretty toxic examples, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I want to get to y'all's suggestions here about what you would change, what you like or dislike about the character. In terms of things that I would like them to explore for buffs. Thank you for the sub. Not right now, obviously. I would like it if there was more tech with Bike. And I think this is like by far the lowest hanging fruit that they could do with the character. This was my initial feedback upon playtesting a very, very early iteration of her. I think her Bike is fine, but lackluster. Where the Bike for a damage thing is fine, but there's just not a lot of movement tech. And I remember my initial like a playtest video about it. I was like, I really wanted them to do some sort of like wall ride. I'm always asking them to do something lateral. Like we're so up and down with our mobility, you know? But like give something like we can do a little bit of a wall bounce or a little bit of something movement tech wise. Just even if it's just throwing her a bone would be so nice. Now, obviously you would need to limit it about how high you go up. You don't want to give her the ability to go just straight up a wall because that is a pretty significant buff if she could do that. It's less about what would be a significant buff, but what would be a tiny buff, but would be a major fun thing. So please revert the animation cancel with right click, and please give me just a little bit of tech with Bike. Because I'm telling you, if you give people that, they will play the character for a million years. They will play the character for a million years. There will be so many cool clips for the next 12 years off of what this character can do. Because even the whole concept of, like, the drift, like, this just is not useful. It just isn't useful. It's like, oh, I can dodge a shot. Dude, you're not freaking dodging a shot. It just ain't that good. It just isn't good. It looks good. It just isn't that effective. You want to motivate people to try and experiment more with Bike. And I think you even saw it with my mode. Then I know the situations, like, I saw a couple of videos, I think, from the Chinese player base where they found out a couple of rollouts that you can do. But they're super limited. They're super niche. It was like when there was another hero that also had limited mobility that people figured stuff out. Was it Vendetta? No. Anyway, there was basically, basically my point is that like even characters with like really bad mobility, people will find things that you can do with the character. But the point being is that like it's still like pretty limited. Pretty it's like a Brigitte rollout, right? Exactly. It's like it ain't that cool. Come on, I'm freaking, it's a freaking Bike, man. Like let me have some fun, you know? So it's not badly executed. It's actually way better than it was when I initially play tested it. But I would love, if we're going to give her something, please lean more into the Bike fun. The movement, the Bike fun. Please. Please, 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 please. That would be so much more fun than what we have right now. Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe we could evaluate Dash a little bit, see if we can introduce some more nuance with Dash. One thing I really do like about Dash is how quick the overhealth disintegrates. So it's like not a cooldown you just use. You kind of have to time it well. Otherwise, like you're gonna kind of waste that overhealth pretty quickly. But maybe there could, but there's even some tech. Like to be honest with you guys, I'm not even like you could dash off a Bike, right, for an instant launch. You can also throw somebody in chat with somebody. You can throw Bike at the ground. When the first day we forgot you could throw Bike at the ground for more verticality. I'll actually showcase that really fast here. There's a lot of things that she can do. There's just I would love to a little bit more. So let me showcase that real fast. So you see you see that? I can't do that if I don't aim at the ground. So that's pretty cool. How useful is that? Not all that useful, but it's still occasionally useful. And I would love little more things like that. More things like that. So I will give this character an A- or a B+ for the hero design team. And that is with the caveat that, like, I see very few things wrong with the character. Not every single character. It's not possible to create S tier characters every time. It's just not possible. So I think they did a good job. I think they did a good job. I would just love to see some more tech introduced with the character that rewards people for putting more time into it, with the highlight that you don't need to execute the tech perfectly to get something of a value out of the character. You just don't need to. You guys want to know what the best example of a character that has a lot of tech, but you don't necessarily need to master it to perform on the character? Who can guess? You guys know. Doomfist, no. Doomfist techs, Doomfist is obviously the obvious example, but I think Doomfist techs aren't actually all that useful at the highest ranks. But you ready for this one? Check this out. Check this out. Third most powerful tank in the game, Wrecking Ball. Second most powerful tank. I know, very small sample size. I know. But the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I've pulled this up multiple different seasons. A trillion different seasons. And he's still up there. Oh, yeah. And by the way, guess what rank this is? Bronze. So, I know a small sample size, but I've looked at this bronze win rate in like over 2 years, or ever since the stats are out. So my point being is that, like, yes, there's different reasons why they're outperforming, for sure. But that's my point, is you don't need to know all the ball tech to get value out of ball and bronze. Like, he has other things that can compensate. I look at Shion right now, it's like you don't need to know all the bike rollouts. The bike still does a decent amount of damage. The ultimate is not very good in higher ranks, but the ultimate's pretty good in lower ranks, right? Yeah. So for me, it's like Shion is a great example of a character that I think that it could be like a ball, not nearly the same skill ceiling or tech ceiling, but has some techs, and you don't need to know them. And look at it, like, her buttons aren't that complicated necessarily. This just does damage. You ride your bike, and you have a dash. It's not the simplest character in the game by any means, but it's not super complicated. In many ways, I think she's actually simpler than Sierra, who is a absolute terrorist in bronze. Yeah, this is a skill. This is a value floor, skill floor argument. Yes. Although, honestly, is anybody really playing the character at the skill floor in bronze? I would argue no. I mean, what is it? We need like a skill gutter, as in like you're 10 hours into the game, you just pick the hero and you just do things. Yeah, like, I mean, base level. Okay. Is her ult actually that bad? No. I'm saying more at the highest rank. It can be a bit of a challenge. But Blade is also not great at the highest rank. In fact, I think that's why Genji falls off the most in the highest rank. Pickup floor? Sure. Yeah. But yeah, that's all. That's all I have. Let's look at some of y'all's feedback here. So my feedback, I need more bike tech. I want more bike tech, and I want less burst damage. That's it. That's the Spark Notes version, if you guys even still know what that is. And now I'll see what y'all think. And I've got my notepad here for more like coaching feedback, but I'll write down any of these ideas that are useful, and we'll go on from there. Can Sierra be fixed? Yep, absolutely. My whole Sierra design critique video, I think, does a pretty good attempt at trying. Basically, TLDR is delete grenade, make some small adjustments to skill shot, and just lean way more into the drone. Is your argument that ball is strong in bronze a good thing? Yes. My argument is that ball being decent in bronze is a good thing. That highlights that we don't necessarily need a technically high skill ceiling character doesn't have to be completely inaccessible for low ranks. I mean, Genji is another great example. Genji is actually pretty good in lower ranks and has a pretty high skill ceiling. You know, heck, Lucio, same thing. Now, as somebody mentioned earlier, the reason why they're good and low ranks and high ranks can be different, for sure, and you need to be sensitive to that, but for sure. Isn't ball good in bronze because he's impossible to deal with? I mean, what do you mean impossible to deal with? I mean, if you describe low rank performance as being exclusively spam at a choke, ball is terrible. He provides low meaningful interaction? There's lots of meaningful interaction with ball. Do you think bronze balls have in any way... I really need... Bronze wrecking balls have, like, any meaningful tech? Do you think that they're outplaying CC? Do you think that you could just not shoot and kill a ball player at that rank? You know? So, the tech is not a requirement to get value out of the character. You can still get good area of effect value out of your slam, area of effect value out of your grapple. And then if those things aren't useful, because in higher ranks everything's more spread out, then your ability, your skill ceiling with your tech, with your movement, and even just your raw aim goes up. So in lower ranks, the AoE value is higher. In higher ranks, the tech value is higher. So you have this inverse relationship depending on what rank you're playing with, which parts of your kit are the most important. He is hard to interact with in bronze. I don't know that that's the case any more so than any other character. If you're talking about mobile characters can be hard to interact with compared to immobile characters, that's correct. But you trade interaction with that character in terms of your ability to consistently kill the character with how consistently lethal is that character to you. So, what changed about Ball to make him good again? Ball has been good for years. Ball has not been bad since I don't even know when Ball was bad. I literally can't even think of the last time that Ball has been bad. Ball, Genji, and Lucio are each a role-specific example of how a character that has technically a high skill ceiling can still be functional in bronze. Okay, moving on. Following one, think of the sub.
You spelled what wrong?
What do you mean? Shion? Okay, we're going to move on. Personal feedback regarding her guns. I'm going to kind of skim through these. I actually encourage you guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read these without reading them out loud because we would be literally reading all day long. What I want to do here is skim through these and read them out long. Oh, I misspelled what? Sorry. Read these out loud and read the ones that are out loud that make very, very unique or interesting points that we haven't already talked about before. How about the skill set? Someone like Doom, the better you are at him, generally the harder it is to interact with him. Well, with Doomfist, the problem is that Doomfist becomes a lot more bursty in higher ranks. It's the same problem with Sojourn, where, as you said, the better you are at him, the better you are at managing your burst and applying that burst selectively, which means that you have less and less and less interaction with him, the better and better he gets. But that's also due to the limitations of the character's kit being boiled into Empowered Punch. So, okay. I agree with you there. Yeah, I think it's better than old DPS Doomfist, but for sure. So this one's talking about how it can be awkward to hold down primary fire, but it's too awkward to tap. This is seen as a debuff for her enjoyment for this player, and I can understand exactly where this person's coming from. I kind of like the fact that it's awkward. I wanted to gouge my eyes out after people were asking me, should I hold on primary fire or should I tap primary fire with Shion? I'm like, tap primary fire when you need to be selective and you want to train your mechanics. Hold on primary fire if you're just spamming at a choke, okay? The answer is always the same. The answer will forever be the same. However, the fact that it's kind of tricky to know the exact answer is exact kind of complexity when people were asking me, is Shion a hit scan or a flanker? Is she a flex DPS or a main DPS? Shut the frick up. Shut the frick up. Stop asking me the same question over and over again. And the answer is, it's complicated. You have to, you got to think about each situation. And that's what we want. That's what we want. So, yeah. I would prefer if she could dismount bike without blowing it up for a reduced cooldown. Interesting idea. I don't know how you would balance that around inputs. There probably could be a way to do that. Like maybe you could press like shift while you were biking, because I think that's the one button that doesn't do anything. No, because you can dismount with dash. Like how would you do that? There's so many inputs when you're biking. Like you can jump, you can turn, you can E to immediately dismount, and you can also dash. So it's an interesting idea. I just don't know how you would do it in terms of inputs. Yeah, I'm not sure. Good idea. Execution is pretty nuts. Her right click shouldn't be a 5-second cooldown. I've seen this concept. I've seen this feedback too. Is it 5 seconds or is it 6 seconds? Can somebody check this for me? I don't feel like pulling up Overwatch again. Maybe right click? Yeah, maybe right click. Yeah, it could be right click. Let's just put some of the middling ideas. Not the ideas that I disagree with, but like maybe dismount for no damage, but reduce CD. Whatever. Right click. Not things that I necessarily like, but things that are worth considering. Right click. Higher CD. It's 5. Okay, so it is 5. Five does seem a little low. If we were going to increase any cooldown, maybe 5 is, 6 seems pretty reasonable to me. That would be a pretty significant nerf. Not a massive nerf, but significant. Yeah, obviously a lot of the stuff we've talked about before. Bike dismount without jumping does too much damage. We talked about that one too, so there's nothing to add here. This makes a great point about why it's important for the rolling damage to be potentially nerfed, is that there's less of an... It is, okay, to be fair, it is easier to aim the jump bike, which should be part of the downside, but it's also easier to react to. Yes, it is a buff to spawn rollouts, Dylan. That's true. So I'm not so sure how I feel about this. I understand that like aiming it is a massive upgrade. So I don't know. I'm not so sure. This is a good point though. But yeah, hitting it's more about the forgiving explosion more so than anything else. So okay, fair point. Joyra needs to be on cooldown. On spawn, it's the same mentality as Vendetta nerf. It's too much movement out of spawn. Okay. You could make right click consume some ammo. More risk reward motivates other perk choice. I would not make it consume very much ammo, like 3 or 4 maybe. But in term, it would like add a little bit of an extra complexity about thinking about each situation. You know, the shoot people riding your bike. Okay, so let me give you guys an example really fast. So I think a lot of people misunderstand why Vendetta got the nerf. I'm not saying I necessarily 100% agree with it. Can somebody in chat tell me why Vendetta got cooldown on her sword toss? Why did Vendetta get cooldown on her sword toss? I think people are missing the point. People are missing the point. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. It's the character design. It's because what Vendetta is a trading merchant. Yes, more so than literally every other character in the entire game. More so than Doomfist, more so than Venture, more so than even Reaper. That's what she does, is die. So the value of her coming out of spawn faster was dramatically more important for her in terms of value. Now, I'm not saying that that's good, and that means that she deserves to feel bad coming out of spawn. From my perspective has always been, I would love for them to do more changes to Vendetta to change the trade merchant playstyle. I talk about this in the Hero's Identity video I did a while ago, like what I would change about Vendetta. Which ironically, whatever, also hurt her creator patch execution, which I thought had some interesting ideas, but the problem really starts with Sword Toss. Sword Toss is one of the worst mobility cooldowns in the game in terms of disengage. It's so unbelievably slow. She's just not a mobility character. So the problem with Vendetta is that she can't really get out when she's in. And that creates this really cancer gameplay loop where she just kind of goes in and hopes for the best and then comes out of spawn and tries again. So, yeah. There's also the nuance there that if you added a cooldown on Shion bike, 14 seconds is a lot more than like 8 or 7 or whatever it is. She's the ultimate dive character spell. Yeesh. Can you not shoot mid-dash? Can somebody please test this right now? Can you actively shoot mid-dash? I feel like I should know the answer to this. I'm going to have to take... Hey, what's up, Yaz? You can't. That would be a very nice buff. shoot, mid. Oh, what were my suggestions? I need to remember. Before I forget. Less burst damage on bike and right click. Maybe increased right click CD. More bike movement tech, not verticality necessarily. You cannot. Okay, that's good to know. So was there anything else I'm missing? I think that's it. Cheers, yes. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun making that map tier list. You can right click but not shoot. Can right click though. That is really strange if you think about it. Yeah, because you can X mid dash because you can charge it and then dash. That's a great example of like an unnecessary friction. That just there's no reason for that to be there. Because that would be like, I mean, how often will that be useful? Not very often. How often will that feel fun? Very often. You know, it's like, why would that not be in the game? You know, I'm not saying that they hate our fun. They wanna keep us down. It's probably just like a coding thing, you know. Okay. Right click louder. I actually think that's a great suggestion. Right click audio. I think she's really loud with bike and her footsteps, but right click is a pretty important cooldown that doesn't sound very loud. It needs to sound a little bit louder during the charge up. Yep. It's not as powerful as Zen right click, but it's awfully close. The reason why it's more powerful than Zen is that has fewer downsides than right click, but that means it needs to make noise. It needs to make noise. I 100% agree. Would ever do a stream designing a map from scratch? Maybe. I don't really have the resources for that. Foot sounds like Widow. True. We've had that. Foot sounds like Widow. A little too much. A little too much like Widow. I do like the volume, though. Because I like the volume. The volume's good. Full damage on bike by double tapping is not healthy for the game. The damage should ramp up longer you ride it. I disagree. I understand exactly why you're saying that, but I think that's like one of those main distinctions. I want you to think back to that Mimone clip. Remember the one where the Reaper, we were like, if you want to all in here, you go bike, and then do your right click. But that means that you don't get the mobility out of it. So if you had damage ramp up, you would strongly discourage using bike for duels and basically just make it so that you would rotate and then finish it with a combo. Yeah, on King's Row. I think if you did this, you would butcher bike's nuance as a combo tool. So if you need to nerf the damage of bike, especially the ground bike, then yes, we should nerf the damage on ground bike. But I think if you remove this entirely, then bike would become more of a rotation tool and less of a combo tool. Yeah, she definitely sounds distinct from Widow, but not distinct enough. And I think that, like, if it takes you a long time to figure it out, then that's probably something you need to improve. Ability to choose throw or send the bike with left right instead of being airborne base. As in, is chosen here? As in, you could do a charge up throw on the floor without jumping in the air? Am I understanding that correctly? I don't know if this person's here. Yeah, I understand, but I'm making sure that... Yeah, okay, yeah, that's an interesting idea. Option to do the charge throw on the floor, not just airborne. Yeah. Shirt during the image of bike round launch, mitigate. Okay, yeah. Yeah, true. If we could reduce, if bike feels like a 12 to 13 second CD with appropriate power nerfs. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I also quick dismount in the air without dash. Now, Chosen, I assume you know this, but you can dash in the air for the quick dismount, but it does cost you a CD. That's the only, like, I assume you know that, though. So you can do the quick dismount in the air if you use your dash. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But yeah, I agree. The bike definitely feels like a 12-second, 13-second cooldown instead of a 15-second cooldown if they could appropriately, like, power scale it. Maybe something more of a long-term thing. And the key thing about, like, reducing things to, like, 15 to 13 seconds or 15 to 12 seconds is it doesn't really have, like, massive power scaling ramifications as it does with taking, like, a 5 or 6 second cooldown and reducing it. Because the break points of the cooldown generally don't matter as much, but with their more powerful cooldowns, you still have to be really careful. I agree that the all passives perk is kind of boring. Bike one more interesting. Yeah, I agree. It's really not very transformative at all. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole with perks, but I'm always on the fence with like perk stuff. So it's after you throw it, the bike cooldown. It's not when you start riding it. That would be really bad if it did. I think it needs to be when you throw it because you need to not be punished for launching your bike right away. Use the same logic as Hanzo lunge? What does that mean? How does that, what, in what, no, I know what that means, sorry, but like, in what ways is it important that it doesn't? This would be too broken, sadly. Grim, stop stealing her food. I'm gonna get something to drink. Wait 1 second. What? Oh, perfect. Old kid lifesteal might be too broken. Or not too broken, just like super annoying. I kind of like that. Honestly, to me, I kind of like that ults have risk. The reason why I like Genji Blade lifesteal is like not the end of the world is because it's like, I mean, I guess it depends on the scale of the lifesteal, but it's like, but it's because like Genji Blade, holy crap, Blade Jillian is like a little bit less bursty. Like Shion's ult inherently has like decent survivability. I don't know. It's not that different. I'm kind of forcing the argument here, but no, Shion's not that annoying. No. Here's my take. If you could shoot or melee during the bike, even if it would be just like infrequent, it might be cool, but you would have to dramatically nerf the boop damage, like to literally like less than half, like 20 boop damage, and then you can time your melee to do the full 60. That could be fun. The problem is that I don't think she has the HP for that. I think that needs to be like a very situational tool in certain certain combos. So I don't know. I like the idea. I just don't know if it'd work. Running over people with bike doing more damage? Maybe. If it was a perk. You'd still have, you would just create burst damage situations that are a little bit too heavy.
In the game, but unlike what most people might think, it has absolutely nothing to do with your aim or even hitting some sick air shots. Actually, it has everything to do with the bike. The bike is easily one of the most versatile abilities in the entire game. In this video, I would like to show you just how far
Yeah, there's the
you can
vertical
take
we
it.
talked about.
As soon as you launch the bike in the practice range, I'm sure you can notice just how interesting this ability is. Right away, if you go into her settings, you can notice that she has two different inputs for
Sorry, we're
controlling
gonna
the bike.
brain rot this one.
Is your movement and the other is your aim. I will talk later about why I have my settings in a particular way, but before that I need to explain why that is the case. Shion has two different ways of throwing the bike. If you try to dismount midair, it'll actually go into this aiming animation, like so. And I call it aiming instead of charging because although it looks like the bike is charging, tapping it versus holding it the whole time doesn't have any difference. What this does is it makes the bike into a projectile, almost like a rocket, although it does just fall through gravity. But the bike travels faster than if I were just to dismount it like that, which is the ground dismount, you could say. And it also just explodes like automatically on impact. Whereas just dismounting like this, the bike will just roll away. Now, at first glance, it might seem like this one is superior, right? Because like
Major perk that lets you double jump on the bike. Keep cooking, bro.
the bike is faster.
That would be
you
kind
get
of
to
fun.
aim it a lot more
That would be
accurate,
fun.
And
I mean, that would be transformative in an interesting way, for sure. You know,
explodes on impact, so you don't even have to hit your enemy directly with it. You can just like here near them, you can still get some damage with it.
part of me is always like, I'm always so negative about perk ideas, and then I'm like, dude, we currently have a perk that just says she just gets all the DPS passives. If any one of you guys said that, I would be like, bro, that's so lame. Like, no, that's a terrible idea, you know? And yet that's what we have. So it's like, I'm not saying that it's like a brainless, stupid idea. I'm just saying that's like, yeah, everything always sounds crazier than it is, you know?
However, this actually has a lot of problems. Aiming the bike locks you into this long animation, which makes your attack slower, makes you more vulnerable standing in the air, and makes your attack more telegraphed. This part of the ability can actually be used to your advantage since you can move in all directions while hovering, letting you reach more places. Also, you get ejected like a small dash in the direction away from where you are aiming. This can be very useful to create rollouts around maps.
Greed, known for his rant videos, but his video criticizing Shion was good. Sarah Lee, are you available?
Keep that in
Right
mind
now?
even though this video is not focused on that. I'm now going to talk about the bike dismount because that can often be a superior option.
Can you watch the Greed video?
The dismount bike comes out
Tell
a
me
lot
what you think.
faster. It can zone a much larger area, and it can also attack people indirectly as it moves around curve or up and down stairs, for example, making it a lot
So
less
too late, you
predictable.
said yeah.
The issue, however, with the dismount is that since it requires you to be on the ground, it's a lot more conditional. So, and perhaps the most important part of this video, I'm now going to show you special ways to dismount the bike, even if you're not on the ground, letting you be much more versatile with its usage, so that you can throw a very quick bike, even while in the air.
Thank you.
There are 4 ways to dismount the bike in mid-air, some of which you might have already noticed watching the clips in this video. They all follow the same principle, where the bike animation needs to get cancelled while in the air. Now, 2 ways that you can do this on demand is simply by either cancelling it with your dash or your ultimate. So here is with the dash.
The bike into the ultimate thing is something I see a lot of the time from high level players. Like a lot of the time, like almost every single time.
And here it is with the ultimate.
If you have it.
Another very simple way to have it cancel in the air is simply to let the animation end while in the air. The last and more obscure way for it to happen isn't something we can really control, but if an enemy hits you with crowd control while in the air, Shion just lets go of the bike, like a dismount. One small note, if you're already aiming the bike, you cannot use your dash to cancel it, and if you try to use your ultimate, it will simply make your bike disappear, so you might want to just throw it before ulting. This finally brings me to the reason why I have relative steering sensitivity during
Love you
joyride set to 0. Because if I
Wait.
have it on, and I try to dash either to the right or to the left while riding my bike, you'll see how even if I just tap it just a little, it'll just send it, it'll just turn my bike, steer it towards the direction of my movement keys, and I won't be able to aim it accurately. So, what I can do, however, is set this to
Interesting. So, relative steering during Joyride 0 because dash dismounts have potential for wonking aim of bike dismount. Cool. Yeah, that's
0,
fine, Sarah Lee.
Then when I go for it, it just keeps going straight because my movement keys didn't change the direction of my bike. I know that this might not seem like a huge deal to some of you, but I really think that having that extra amount of option and versatility
It is a huge deal as you get better because I think the dash dismount becomes more important. I
with
agree.
the bike
That's
really
interesting.
allows for a lot more skill expression. The very last thing I would like to mention about the bike is how it also boops people with the explosion, so make sure to utilize that. To recap, aiming the bike lets you hover a little, it lets you shoot the bike in all directions and makes the projectile faster, and it explodes on any contact. However, it has a much longer build-up that leaves you vulnerable and more predictable. Dismounting the bike, however, is instant. You can roll across a lot of space and attack people indirectly.
Okay. Should we watch the greed video? Alright, chatter. I'll gamble. Which one? There's like 2 of them. Who recommended it? If it's bad, we ban the bull guy. Shion, my beloved. Okay.
Hello, guys. It's me, Greed here. How are you? I hope you're well. Anyway, Shion. I love Shion. I've really, really enjoyed every second of playing this character. Obviously, Shion isn't absolutely perfect, but they're very, very close, and that's incredibly impressive. Because honestly, I think Shion's probably the best designed character since Echo. So that's like 6 years ago. You know, people might argue, no, Queen was like this good, but you know, that's opinion, obviously. I absolutely adore Shion. I've been loving every second of playing her. I think the flow of the character is incredible. The feeling of the shift, the dash, feels so good. I feel like one of the things Overwatch sometimes gets a little wrong is they get these things a tiny bit clunky, like the dash, where it can feel a bit jarring to go from like slow to fast to slow again. But they didn't do that.
After this video, we'll go back into the y'all's feedback.
Like Genji or Tracer or anything like that, and I would put Shion in that category of that. Really, like the speed is perfect on the dash. It feels really responsive. It feels really good. So that's obviously very nice. I'm a big fan of that. The bike, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the bike as a cooldown really at all. I find it.
We didn't talk about it today, but I do feel like bike is kind of a goofy gimmick. The reason why I didn't really talk about it is because it's not going anywhere, and it's just all I want them to do is execute it better. It's kind of silly. But the thing that I do like about the bike is that I do like the fact that we have a mobility cooldown that has multiple uses. So personally, not a big fan, but I get it, and I don't think we should change it. Is that thunder I heard?
Pretty clunky to drive around. You kind of can't use the movement keys really at all when you're driving, because the way the camera turns, very linear. It's like a set speed turning. Feels rough to drive around with it. I feel like the throwing the bike too, also a little bit clunky, because in a lot of cases you'll jump up, you'll turn your camera preemptively, then you'll hold left click because you're trying to do it quickly, but then your crosshair will like slowly return back to where you were originally looking, and so you have to reflick your camera again. So that doesn't feel great, but that can obviously get fixed out. In terms of the design of the bike as well, what its actual purpose is in the kit, I can't say that I generally love it. I like the idea of it being like a long-range rotation tool and it assisting her in getting around the map. I think that's very fun. I don't really like throwing it. That just kind of seems like something that was tacked on there. Afterwards, it doesn't really seem necessary to give her that burst in her kit. She's already got it in the right click, so I don't find it to be an important part. I've been playing, I probably logged about 6 hours on her or something. I don't think I've ever really found the bike to be something where I ever thought, oh, thank God I have this in this thing. It was more so just like here's like an extra 150 damage before I fight a guy sometimes. I don't know. I haven't maybe played the character long enough to really fully understand the point of the bike outside of, well, it's just more damage, whereas like the dash, I see its purpose, right? It's got a lot of variance, it's got a lot of adaptability. You can use it for dodging cooldowns, you can use it for like chasing targets, you can use it for just getting the overhealth when you're low HP in a duel, use it to get closer to a health pack, you can use it for a lot of different things, right? And I really like that. I think that's really indicative of an Overwatch character where they've got an ability and it's not really well explained what it does, but it's very intuitive in that it has multiple applications and that using it for either of those is good. It doesn't feel like you're railroaded into using the ability in a specific way, which I thought was really fun, you know, using the dash in all sorts of different ways and seeing which different ways I could get value out of it. And so I genuinely I'm gushing over the dash a lot. I love the dash. I would have liked if it reset. People might disagree with me there.
That's funny. The dash is like, I think, the least interesting part of her kit, but I do agree that she needs it.
But similar to Genji, I think if you get a final blow or an limb or something, the dash should reset. I don't think it's strong enough to not reset. Like, I'm gonna just say how it is. I think Genji's dash is a stronger cooldown, which, you know, obviously, like, they're different characters, they fill different roles, they're not played exactly the same way. You can't just give them identical abilities or just like compare the abilities in a vacuum because they serve different.
I don't think she needs dash reset because she has overhealth and like she has multiple. She has like multiple rotation opportunities. And I don't think she necessarily needs. She's not like a character that like. She doesn't play in the range that Genji does that should reward you for higher risk engagement. If that makes sense. So Genji's dash doing damage is why it resets, because it rewards you for going in for a high risk, high reward maneuver, essentially. If her dash or she played in closer ranges or her dash did damage, then a reset, even if it's copying Genji, would be like, okay, whatever. It's just you don't need that, essentially.
I don't see Shion in a world where resetting the dash is a problem on the LM. I think if you
her
reset
mobility is more about
the dash,
rotation.
I think that'd be totally fine. It would add more flow to her kit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I haven't played the character enough, but I thought that'd be interesting to add. The ult is another thing that I'm not really a huge fan of. It feels like one of those ults that's very, very heavily reliant on their team. So something like if you are ulting on your own without nano, it feels really easy to die. Because what happens is you press ult, usually you want to do that like around a corner or something because there's a big build-up phase where you're just kind of stood still for a long time that you can get shot. And then you kind of want to dash from safety to safety. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't end in a danger.
The thing I really like about her ultimate is that you can use it really quickly to because it's like multiple dashes. You can use it to get in and get out. It is something like you could technically, there's still a slight delay between dashes, which is important to be able to punish it. But I like going like N, and then I like going straight up sometimes, and then going back in again, or just disengaging entirely. I kind of like that concept. But yeah, her ult is fine.
Location, because it's very similar when you end your dash in that you're stuck in place for like half a second or something. That's a pretty long time for people to just shoot you and kill you. And so using her dash is really dangerous. With Nano, it's ridiculously powerful. It basically one-taps every squishy in the game, very easily too. You just left-click onto a squishy with the Nano, and they're basically guaranteed dead. And you can't really die either because you have the damage resist. And so, not a huge fan of the fact that it seems very reliant on Nano. Maybe that's actually fine, but I would compare it similarly to like Nano Blade in that, if we think Nano Blade is too strong, something that required a lot of skill and was relatively easy to shut down and was actually a pretty expensive ultimate as well. If something like Nano Blade isn't okay, I don't think that Nano Shion ult is okay either. I think it's just a little bit too easy to use to jump.
Yeah, Nano is kind of
being that powerful with Nano. To be fair, I would argue the same with Emre. I think Emre is a little bit too powerful with Nano too on the ult.
Agreed.
So I just think, I don't know, if we're going to start doing things where things aren't affected by damage boost anymore, or things get their breakpoints changed because of Nano, I think Emre ult and Shion ult would be good places to start, because they just feel a little bit cheesy with the ult.
But I don't think it's really Shion.
Another thing about Shion, when you shoot, her guns are obviously hit scan, like the way the damage is calculated is hit scan. But if you're looking at the gameplay, she's got a little projectile that follows her gun. Now, it doesn't do anything, it's purely visual, but what it can do is when you're shooting people, you'll see the projectile, and your aim will adjust for the projectile. The projectile's fake, and so you got a lot of issues where it looks like you're no-regging. Whether you are or you aren't, sometimes she actually does get no-reg. Her bullets feel incredibly small, which isn't a problem. But yeah, sometimes she definitely does no-reg more than other characters, but the visual projectile, by the way, it looks really fucking cool, by the way. But even with that, yeah, it feels as though you're not ragging a lot, and it can make the experience feel a little bit rough. So maybe they speed up the projectile a bit, maybe make it more of a beam or something. I don't know. They're geniuses over at Blizzard, and they can do no wrong ever, so they'll figure out a perfect solution to it, hopefully, because right now it's a little bit bad to shoot into the projectiles people. It doesn't.
Good point,
but it is what it is.
Yeah.
So this is the part about Shion that people probably aren't going to like. Now, I've blazed Shion alive. Said I love everything about the character. I love the right click.
Is this Sonic music? Am I crazy? Can anybody tell me if this is Sonic music? It reminds me of Sonic Adventure 2, but not quite.
This is the part about Shion that people probably aren't going to like. So this is the part.
Maybe not. Just that one section reminds me vaguely.
About Shion that people probably aren't going to like. Now, I've blazed Shion alive. Said I love everything about the character. I love the right click. A little bit too much.
Sorry, we're
damage
not
on it,
talking so much.
Generally,
We're just kind of listening.
Love the dash. If you're on the bike, don't really like the ult that much. How she looks is incredible. How she feels is incredible. The guns feel great. Could not glaze these aspects of the kit more. I love them. But when it comes down to the actual gameplay purpose of Shion, a lot of people might not enjoy my opinion on this. I have looked at a lot of replays on Shion. I've played a lot of Shion. I've game theoried a lot of Shion. I don't find her to be particularly capable as a character. That might sound ridiculous. I'll have another video where I go into a replay and I like draw it out, and I've made videos like that before where I properly explain, like fairly in depth, why I feel that way. And I'm not going to be able to do that this video. But next one, either tomorrow or the next day, you'll see like a better example of why I say that. But generally, I find that, well, she can't really fill the role of a hit scan because she's not really able to output sustained pressure from range. She's not very good at operating inside her own map control because her damage output isn't great in her range to get. She's kind of capped by her ability to exist in her own map control, or even like edge on the side of space, where she seems really ineffective at just shooting down main, unless you're hunting for the right click, right? The right click, looking for the one shot, really good at that. And I would say that's her main strength, honestly. It's just like chilling out, playing safe, holding right click, jumping out on a guy, right clicking him down and shooting him low. I think that's probably the strongest way you can get value on Shion. But in terms of filling the actual hit scan role, I don't think she does it. So that would mean she has to be a flex DPS, right? If she's not going to be hit scan, she has to be a flex DPS, okay? Well, I think Shion, when I was playing her, when I was looking at a lot of codes, I found there were two playstyles that were relatively effective. It was, obviously, like I said, the right-click playstyle, where you just stand in main, you right-click for the one shot, and that's kind of all you do. And there's the very heavy flanking playstyle. Now, the very heavy flanking playstyle, I think it doesn't really work in Overwatch. And I think, Tracer and Genji, they do that. But they don't. There's just like a fundamental misunderstanding of what these characters do. Tracer and Genji have the capabilities of flanking, but they are not heroes that generate all of their value from flanking. They're similar to other DPS, or flex DPS, and that their primary purpose is through pressuring space with the resources, existing in that space for a prolonged period of time using their cooldowns, right?
But she's good at that. Like, she's good at that. Like, she's good at that.
So think about it. Genji's got deflect for existing in space for longer, right? For marking an angle for longer, for locking down a space for longer. Tracer's got recall and blinks to stay in there for a longer period of time to take longer fights and so on. Right? These are what the purpose of those abilities are: to remain in space, to pressure space for prolonged.
But you can do that, and you can do that from a position that doesn't have near as much risk as those characters. I mean, yeah, dash isn't exactly a sustained cooldown, but
periods of time. You were given these cooldowns that are good at letting you stand in a certain spot for a long time or duel for a long time because you're specifically meant to be marking that space. And another part of being a flex DPS is that you're usually a very good conduit for off-tank resources, or for resources in general that are also good at amplifying your ability to hold space. So think like Diva Defense Matrix, think like Zarya Bubble, think like even just things like generically like Mercy Seal. Zen's Harmony Orb is another good example. These kind of relatively strong abilities that are purpose-built for standing in space for a long period of time. Tracer and Genji are very strong with those resources. Tracer's amazing with a Harmony Orb and a Bubble and a Defense Matrix. Genji is also very good with those things. And so you would expect, well, Shion fills the flex DPS role. Surely she's also good with those things. And she isn't. She's okay with the Harmony Orb. She's fine with the Harmony Orb. But she's not amazing with it because the purpose of the Harmony Orb is to allow people to stand in space for longer and to benefit people that stand in space for longer. But Shion isn't really capable of doing that. She doesn't have any cooldowns in her kit that are built for locking down space, for being able to really even pressure the space. And so she gets pressured out of areas very easily. You'll find yourself on Shion having to run away from basically everyone, which is not very indicative of the flex DPS.
I mean, your right click is really good at pressuring and holding space. Like, we saw it with Maimon, like, the insurance of holding right click, sure, but, like, you can hold some ridiculous angles and apply a lot of consistent pressure. Like, the thing with Shion is that her damage ceiling, I agree, is not the highest. Her burst damage isn't the highest. Her sustain isn't the highest. But her sustain and rotation is always better than every other gun character basically in the game, with the exception of Sombra. And her range is better than every flanker in the game, basically, as well. So you can apply more consistent range pressure than a lot of those other characters. Oh, this wasn't the video you watched? Oh, well then what freaking video did you watch? This one? Yeah, she's just a mid-ranged angler. Like, she's just mid-range mobility. Is this one?
Hello, guys. It's me, Breed here. Hello, how are you? I hope you're well. So, in my original Shion video, when she came out, I said, I think Shion is kind of bad. And a lot of people were like, no, Shion is broken, Shion's insanely broken, and all this stuff. And I'll be honest, I still think Shion is bad. But I think Shion is bad in the Genji way that Shion is bad, right? Where Genji has the ability to obviously one-shot combo people with dash, triple.
I don't think so. Like, I don't even think post nerf she's super reliant off of burst. I think her burst is too strong and definitely probably has too much for power budget. But I think we saw it with the My Mode vid. Like, her ability to rotate and apply pretty consistent range pressure is still really freaking good. Like, still really freaking good, right?
Right click melee, and you would assume, well, any character that's got the ability.
Stop. Like, of course, it's like when people. This is like when people were like saying like Hazard's bad. You know, it's like, oh, this character isn't a brawl tank. He's not a dive tank. Yeah.
One-shot someone would then be bad, or would then be good, sorry. And technically, I would agree to some extent, but not entirely. And so the reason I think Shion is still kind of bad are for the reasons that I listed before, in that she struggles to hold space, she struggles to even fight for space, she's okay in the duel. She's more of like an old Doomfist kind of engagement style, where they're very like bursty in the fact that they go in, hunt the one-shot, and then they get out.
I don't think that's the case at all. I see that to me is, I think that's a fundamental like misunderstanding of how she's meant to be played when you have double mobility cooldown and have like decent range. Again, like I think what we should do when we're done is we should definitely go see if Maimon's playing again and just watch a little bit more of Maimon, who's like champ 1. And this is also like, I'm telling you, we've already looked at some Diamond and Masters play too, and Platinum play too. So it's not like this is like selective bias of like the way she's played at the top level. It's not. I mean, you guys saw also OWCS, which is the highest level. And OWCS gameplay, there were some flank options, but it was more about like the range pressure, you know, and the rotations.
I'd argue Genji was a little similar, but I think Genji's a little better at holding the space because he's got deflect, he's got wall climb, he's got these things that are good at letting him standing in the space for a longer period of time. And so Shion trades all of her ability to stand in the space for her ability to one-shot. And if you saw the balance change at the start of the hotfix that happened a couple of days ago, you'll see what they actually nerfed about the hero, which is her execute. And they did it in 2 ways. Firstly, they made the bullets smaller. I think that's absolutely fine. It makes sense for the ability because the name of the ability kind of tells you what they were going for.
Be nice, guys. Be nice. Let's not be. We could disagree, but we don't have to be disrespectful.
They wanted it as
let's remember that when we disagree with somebody's points, like we don't have to immediately jump down their throat. You know, would you guys want would I appreciate that? Would you appreciate that? You know, come on, guys. Come on.
That guy's low HP,
we gotta
but
be
he
better
just fire a bunch of damaging him to try to get through the rest of his health bar, which is why it's called execute, because you're doing a little bit of the health left. So I think that's a completely reasonable change, making the right click smaller. At least that's a design direction, right? You can see the name of the ability, and you can really see what the ability's purpose is based on the bad things. That's very rare for Blizzard, and so I'm actually very happy with them nerfing the size of the bullet, because at least it's following a consistent design direction with what they wanted originally. And so that's
yeah, but you guys jumped on my opinions because it's funny, like
the thing
you guys
I don't
know me
understand
like that.
is the recovery time.
Like that.
Now I get it if you wanted a little bit, because maybe having absolutely zero was too much. I'm not sure I would entirely agree with it being too much. I thought it was.
Well, I don't know anything about
scamming. With it being no
like no offense, like I don't know, I'm not gonna like just one Twitch chatter making
do your
claim,
right click, because the point was execute, right? So if you clicked on it,
I haven't heard that before.
A tiny bit of health left. To me, it made sense that you would be able to start shooting left click to them to try to get through it. Now maybe they don't find it that way. Maybe they're adding the recovery time to make it so it's like guaranteed to be the last thing you do, where they don't want it to be like in the middle of a combo. They want it to be the finisher of the combo, and so maybe that's why they add the recovery time. But to me, all it did was make it a little clunky. I don't really think it feels that good to use anymore.
Yeah. The point being is maybe I should put that into my critique as well. Like we'll do this as our sum up. One quick point on recovery time. Execution is not a finisher in execution, ironically. Recovery time doesn't work in that regard. I didn't like your opinion on the new favorite map, so I'm kind of hunting down it without your knowledge. Hey man, I did say that Runasapi is much like one of my most subjective opinions. I don't know why I don't love that map. I gave a couple of things a couple of reasons why I don't love it, but you could pull any specific point of a map and kind of inflate the importance of the negative or inflate the importance of the positive. So I never flame anybody for saying Runasapi is a good map.
Even when you are using it to finish someone?
I think it might be my most like contested opinion on that tier list for sure.
I still don't think it's got that feel to it that I would consider to be like the Overwatch polish, where it feels really
it's
nice,
not objective at all,
really well, and there's not like a weird jaggy clunky part in the middle which kind of prevents you from doing the things you want to do with it. And so I'm not a huge fan of the recovery time, though I think I understand the direction that we're trying to go. Secondly, I think the actual thing that they were balancing is wrong. I think that nerfing the execution bullet size is fine, like I said, but the bike is where the main problem is. You'll notice that I think in my original video I said I don't like the bike, and I said before the character even released, I knew the bike would be a problem. In the dev live stream, they specifically said that they built a kit around the bike, and that they added throwing the bike later. I don't think that was necessarily planned when they were workshopping the character, but they added it later. And so there's two things that I really don't like about Shion. And I said this in my original video too. I don't like the bike, and I don't like that she can throw it. The bike to me feels incredibly lazy. It feels like it's the do-it-all ability. It feels like the Sojourn railgun. It feels like the thing they're never going to touch because they find it to be the hero identity of the character, and so they would just simply never address it, purely for the case that...
I don't think the Sojourn rail, idea, I know he's just kind of making it as a throw-off point, but I do want to kind of explore that. The reason why it's not the Sojourn rail is because Sojourn rail does one thing. Bike does a lot of things. And you could say that the burst damage aspect, it does too much of the thing, but I would agree with you to an extent, but also like we saw with the Maimon, like how important it is as a rotational ability. It's a dueling ability, it's a rotational ability, it's a deepen and shallowing ability. There's a lot of things that you could do with it. So I think bike looks kind of corny, frankly. But for me, I think the bike as a concept is sick. Like there are a lot of ways that there's a lot of opportunity cost for using bike wrong. Let's put it that way. It's the way the character is balanced. Designed, not necessarily balanced right now, is that if you screw up your bike or you waste your bike and don't rotate in or don't rotate out or don't have it when you need it, right? You get punished. You get punished. Shut the frick up, Kyle. Worthless.
That's what they think the hero.
By the way, I see that you've been releasing a lot of videos recently. I don't know any of the games that you're releasing videos on because I'm not a filthy weeb, but I respect the effort, the videos, and I hope they're doing well. I think that's cool that devs are opening up more. I just wish it wasn't you.
And she's going to end up a bit like Sojourn, where if the bike is really...
Well, Shion's not super balanced right now. Like I think she's definitely a little bit on the overtuned side, but not dramatically so.
Strong. Well, Shion's going to be really strong because the bike is just ridiculously broken. The combo you can do right now with it does like almost 200 damage.
I don't even, like we had this conversation on stream, I don't even think bike is the most important CD that she has. It's important for rotations, but I think right click might be more important.
When you drive into someone and get off the bike and like instantly explode, it's almost 200 damage. It's absolutely absurd. And the fact that they didn't address that is insane.
Love you
because
too,
that's
Kyle.
obviously the part of the kit that's busted, right? You've got one ability. It's able to make you do full size map rotations. We're able to get literally wherever you want instantaneously, and it's also a one-shot combo ability. Where and that isn't necessarily the problem. It's not just the fact.
And yeah, you guys in YouTube, check out that Kyle dude's YouTube channel if you like game. If you want to dev, open up it on like art design, hero design stuff. Make some really good videos.
That it's a kind of
just mute the video
ability that lets you do two things at once. I'm kind of fine with that, but it's more so the fact that you get so much movement freedom. You get so much distance. You go so fast, and you're given a very easy one-shot combo. It's absurd, right? Because if you think about it, it's basically 4 times better than dash in how much damage it outputs. Plus, you go faster and you go farther, and you have more control and all of this. And it's like that to me is incredible levels of power. Now, obviously, dash has 8-second cooldown. This has 15-second cooldown. So maybe you argue, okay, it should be a little stronger. But I don't find it to be necessary that it's a do-it-all ability. I feel like it should be one or the other. Either cut down the speed or the amount of control or how long you can drive.
So Greed's argument is that it's a do-it-all ability, and then therefore it's do-it-all ability, and it's too strong. And so then therefore the character is kind of balanced entirely around whether bike is good or not. My argument is that it's the fact that it does a couple of things is exactly why it's interesting as an ability. And I would argue that it's not, I don't think a ton of Shion's power budget is in it currently. I think he's overvaluing its burst damage. Just give you the view, but don't watch it. It's right.
Afford to get rid of her ability to just go wherever the fuck she wants, which I think would be a bad thing because she kind of feels like that Doomfist. And
yeah, I don't know. We'll stop here. If we're gonna kind of build off of that point, I just don't necessarily agree, but I appreciate the criticism. Let's keep going down the list here. Gun or hits game, a visual effects or projectile. Ooh. Good point. Greed brought that one up as well, but gun visuals can be misleading. Hit scan versus projectile. Take away bike and there's not really much left to her kit. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that argument around dash, but that's, yes, one of her primary abilities. You take it away, she doesn't have anything. Like, take away biotic grenade, what is Ana? You know? Take away deflect, what is Genji? Like, literally the character cannot function. So, I don't know. I think right click is probably her most important ability that she has in terms of the consistency of pressure output. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, ooh, bike slide with crouch would be cool. That could be one of those techs that we talked about. I don't know if you want to increase her sustain more than what it is right now with both the bike heal perk and with her dash over health. I think it's probably decent as it is. I don't know what Akira is, but I'll take y'all's word for it. Vertical mobility with dash, I understand, but I would prefer more horizontal mobility. I think limited vertical mobility is fine. Especially if you do the bike jump thing where you look at the ground, you're like, yeah, but it takes too long. Yeah, that's the downside. Not every mobility character needs to have omnidirectional mobility. Uncultured swine Batman? Oh, well. No, I don't know Akira. Yeah. Damage boosts with ultimates definitely need to be looked at. With like what Greed was saying. Again, if I'm skimming past your opinion, it's probably because we've already seen it before or we've already taken notes on it. Or your opinion is garbage and you should feel bad. One of those options. You can guess which one. It sucks. Your opinion sucks. I don't like you. Nobody likes you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, frick. What if ult... Okay. You have 3 dashes in your ult. You can go bam, bam, bam at that cadence. Slightly faster than doing your dash damage. Because now it's like... You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of the cadence. But if you don't go... If you go dash, dash, dash... And you have to, instead of the standing still alt fire, which is kind of useless and not that interesting, you have to go dash, alt fire, dash, alt fire, dash, alt fire. Or if you do dash, dash, alt fire, you don't have to do your damage component in all of your dashes. But if you do, you're locked out of your next dash until the damage ends. Oh, I'm sorry, Grimacin, I missed it. So what you do is it allows for more like creativity and flexibility with how you're using your ultimate, but you're punished by not getting all 3 of your damage windows. Yeah, would it be an animation nightmare? I have no idea. I'm not going to say that like it's perfect, but it could be something to explore. No more charges. I think they leave it exactly as it is. So you only get 3 dashes and only get 3 damage windows. But the weird thing with her ult is that her alt fire is so useless, they could literally just remove it and then just tie the damage aspect to it. You know, you can go, oh, you described it perfectly? Nice. Well, you did a good job explaining it. This right here, completely, I understood it. Yeah. So that would be cool. That would allow for some more like bait mind game stuff with opportunity costs that you would obviously just do a lot less damage. It'd just make the ultimate more consistent without breaking its ceiling. Good, very creative suggestion. I don't know. I completely think there's like 1% chance and that we'll ever get something like that just due to the coding nightmare, but it could be cool. Yeah, you'd lose like damage ceiling for like it being a better ultimate and duels. Like you could be like more skill, like, and it'd be, oh my gosh, the tech you could do with that. Okay. Nice. This is why we do these. How much more do we have? Okay, sick. We're almost done. Okay, good. Not too many crap opinions. This is why we do these on stream. I love doing these on stream. I could sit here and do all this by myself, but I don't think I'd ever come up with that idea. There's been a lot of good ideas. Okay, we'll let Winter finish typing up and then we'll close it. I see Winter typing. If you guys want to type in, I'll give you guys like a few more minutes, but we'll probably wrap it up here. That is Akira, by the way? Okay. Yeah, maybe you could shoot the bike. It's not a bad idea. It's certainly something worth running it up the flagpole, seeing if anybody salutes it. Ooh, Marcin. What if S-Key charged bike up and quick boost after would be sick? Yeah. By the way, again, a lot of these we've already seen, so they're good ideas, I think. Dude, do you see yourself being ghosted, Rhea? Look at what I have to do with here. And that. I think like half of these are like business questions too. And this is after I turned off message requests. Grenade. Yeah, we could talk about like the splash for it. All right, boys. All right, boys. No! We have some good ideas. Grimacon's so mad being ghosted on YouTube that we've got typing over here. Yeah, right click being louder is on our list already. I think what we'll do is I'll release a video on YouTube of like my little TLDR before we look through all these, and then I will in just a second, I'll go YouTube mode for a few moments and go through all of y'all's good ideas and my like quick discussion on recovery time. We'll kind of and then we'll get it up. You had an idea, but you hated it. Now you have to say it, Grimacon, so we can all make fun of it. The evade minor perk was fine. Yeah. Your hitbox idea? Which one? The bike hitbox or whatever? I don't remember. I don't think I hated stuff. I'm looking for like low-hanging fruit here. Stuff that's going to take like a lot of thought or a lot of experimentation we'll probably kind of avoid. Bike not being part of your hitbox? Yeah. Okay. Cheers, King David. Thank you for coming in here and saying hello. Welcome. I appreciate your kind words, mate. Glad you enjoyed it. Idea for changing executions integration, make it a beam instead of an X shot or something. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm more open to execution changing because clearly it doesn't even work as an execute right now anyway. So I don't think your idea is bad because like that's the whole point of the ability. Yeah, but it's not even used as an execute now. You know, so it's like if anything, the game needs to work around you, or then the game clearly doesn't even define its terms properly. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go pee. If you guys have any like last feedbacks, now's your last call. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then I will write it all up. I think we're all good here, and then we'll do a little quick recording as a little tag on at the end of the video of all y'all's good ideas, and then we'll send it to Blizzard. Let's see what we can do. I mean, like it's an X shot. I change it to a single shot or a beam that does damage instead of an X shot. No, I understand what you meant, Grimacon. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm saying that idea is not inherently bad because it's not an execute. Because it's not an execute now. It's named execute, but it's not about executing. So, if that makes sense. All right, I'll be right back. Sojourn's Rail's a better execute than execute? Yeah, 100%. Sojourn's Rail is one of the best executes in the game, I think. Maybe the best. And I agree that executes inherently have less flexibility because of that. Like, I've played a lot of other games with executes, even like MMOs and crap, and like executes are like thematically can be fun, but they're like oftentimes like balance abominations because they like really limit the number of uses. Like you just basically it's like, oh, whenever you just press the button, like, and that's kind of it. The only nuance with executes and like MMOs, because of like the TDK with MMOs and like there being more of a resource trade, more of like a MOBA, is that it can theoretically change the burst period or like the way that you take the engagements to being like earlier in the trade, if that makes sense. Like the you're in the danger zone sooner in the trade, if that makes sense. But yeah. Do you actually have a way to send a Blizzard? Yeah. There's in the creator Discord. There's a game feedback thing, so I'll drop it in there. And they also, I know some of them watch my stuff, so we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I don't ever want to overestimate how much feedback. Like I'm not. This is not like a play test or anything, but we'll know. We'll see. Decreasing the cast on background so you can use it to disengage properly. I think it's okay as it is, but I understand that could be an idea. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll finish it up. Thank you, Tate. I appreciate it. Here's the show up in the most in the top 30. What do you mean the top 30, Rex? Also, long time no chat. How are you, Rex? How to carry momentum for back summon Hashkin. Dash cancel momentum instantly. Okay. Yeah. Top 30 shows the strongest heroes. Agreed or ski? I would say mostly agree, but it depends on what you mean by the strongest heroes. There's definitely a higher correlation for it. Okay, we'll close this channel for now. Goodbye. Thank you guys. That was helpful. Hello? Why is it not working? Hang on, guys. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for the feedback. Let's get this pulled up here. Let's actually quickly go through the notes really fast and make sure like we're kind of structuring y'all's ideas a little better. So this is what we have. These are the ones that I had. Maybe dismount for no damage, but reduce CD. Bike. Execute. I'll put, that's my disclaimer in this regard with this ability. This is execute. Dash. Okay, let's just get some sort of structure to this. I could just, this would be easier. Whoops. Okay, I think we're good. Dude, Angelic, I answer my DMs about once a week, but I get a lot of messages, even though I've limited my message to only friends. But I get messages constantly. There's a point in time before I restricted my messages a little bit and answered messages more frequently. I remember one time, I think when Marvel Rivals released, and I had a week off before Christmas, I had 100 DMs in a week. 100 separate messages from separate people. And this is not including emails or Twitter messages or TikToks or whatever. 100. So, there you go. Did I get feed pics in those? No, I did not get feed pics in those. I did not. Did include death threats? No, I've had a couple. Death threats are usually Twitter. I've only had a couple.
Pain is mine to master.
Oh, Rivals? Oh yeah, Rivals. Yeah, Rivals death threats was Twitter. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. That's good at least, or bad? No, I've only had like half a dozen inappropriate picture situations, and most of those were on Instagram.
Quick and painful.
Some of them were over Discord as well, but I haven't had too many. Anyone try to riz you up? Yes. Yes. All of those inappropriate pictures were riz attempts. Pretty sure anybody that has any sort of a platform at one point or another has to deal with something like that. Yeah. I should farm the negative cloud again on it? No. Listen, I'm not saying I never do things based off of what's hot. Of course, I try to follow trends as best I possibly can. But if I've already said my piece, there's no reason beating the horse when it's dead. If anything, I'm going to be the guy that's like, I'm not a contrarian. I don't try to be a contrarian, but I'm not going to follow a trend just because it's cool. Everybody knows Rivals sucks. They don't need me to tell you it does. I told you it had major problems a year and a half. I told them they had a problem 2 years ago. 2 years ago. I told them they had a problem. Nobody wanted to hear it because I got in the alpha. I was in the alpha. Gave them feedback, completely ignored. So, be my guest. Okay, should we go YouTube mode here real fast? This shouldn't take too long. You said it within a couple months. So, dude, I said it within a couple weeks of release. I had it in the alpha test. And again, I'm not saying like I'm a wizard here. The problem is that everybody that played Rivals at a higher level knew the issues. They just ignored them because either A, they were having too much fun with the other things because of the novelty, or B, it was like the new, fresh, fun thing, or people were just scared. Like, content creators are scaredy cats, bro. They are. If you are a big content creator, having an unpopular opinion, like, you got to follow the trend, bro. Yeah. No, nobody dared criticize Rivals in the first little bit. Because, oh, what are you... Because, dude, I saw a comment the other day in some video. I don't remember who it was. If everything's not broken, then if everything's broken, nothing's broken. And, like, people were preaching that like the gospel in the first couple of weeks of its release. So it's like, you know, like, that's just how it goes. It's like the politician mindset, you know? Don't say anything unpopular, you know? So. Because I was being complimentary of Overwatch when I thought they were doing a good job, you know? But, whatever. Yeah. Nobody wants to close the money with big money. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know how, like, I never got into the Rivals creator content creator plan, which was weird because I was in their closed alpha test with Captain America and Winter Soldier. They invited me to do that, but then they didn't, and there was not there. I was ghosted for the actual content creator Discord, so I have no idea. Because I really wanted to give Rivals a good shot, and I was playing a lot of it early on, and I was like, oh, maybe they'll listen to feedback, and we'll, like, it was early on in the game. So I was like, you know, it's not that big of a deal. They'll make adjustments, and they just never did. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Evil Cat. Like, I think a lot of the feedback from the early feedback was really, really, really bad. But is what it is. Is what it is. Okay. Okay, YouTube mode. Okay, so we're back. I opened up a lot of feedback to my community about things that they liked or didn't like about Shion, things that they would change about Shion. Most of the things that were said were things that we kind of already brought up. So I want to focus a little bit on the highlights of many things that I thought were at least interesting, maybe not good, maybe not bad, just ideas that are worth considering. Some of these I actually really do think are good, and I'll try to highlight those, but things that are worth considering both, not just from a balance perspective, but just from a design perspective, things that might add more depth or more interesting aspects or nuances to the character. And I'm going to try to break it down by ability. I'm just going to quickly rattle these off here. First one, we're going to talk about the bike. Some people were suggesting maybe a dismount for no damage, but a reduced cooldown, so you can ride the bike. We can dismount without actually launching it for a reduced cooldown. There's some upsides and downsides to that. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. You can do the charge throw on the floor, not just airborne. So in other words, when you do the charge throw with bike, you could only do it in the air. But what if you could do it on the floor? Or what if you could dismount quickly without dashing? So you know if it's there, I do the dismount really quickly, but I have to use my dash to do that. Maybe that's actually a good thing, but one of the suggestions was that maybe that you could do a quick dismount in the air without losing the opportunity to do that. So that your opinion in that may vary. These are some of the more questionable ones, or ones that are certainly worth considering, but maybe not my favorite. Now, some of these are actually kind of good. One is I think like long term, I would be curious if we could get bike to like a 12 to 13 second cooldown once the appropriate power nerfs come into play. Because it does feel like 14, 15 seconds is a long time. We're just not quite there yet, but that should be like the end goal. What if we had bike with a slide with crouch? Somebody was saying something like Akira, I think that's what it's called. Akira, where you can like do like a little movement tech that like speed boosts you or does like a little boost of damage forward if you crouch while you do it. Maybe you could allow people to shoot the bike as a projectile when it's coming in. I don't know if that would be too easy to break. Maybe that's a good idea, maybe a bad idea. I think the most interesting idea for bike tech, besides the wall riding idea that I wish they would do something like that, would be if you could S key with the bike. And you say you S key here and you're not really going forward. What if you did that for a second or two and it charged the bike up and then you let go and it shot you forward? It doesn't affect the projectile speed when you shoot it or throw it, only when you're riding it. So it kind of rewards you for doing like these little like, okay, bike behind a corner, hold the corner, and then go zoom forward. There could be so many like little cool clips that you could do with that. And that kind of gives a reason behind why you want to do this. Like this, like why is this in the game if is it for that? That would just be a really cool aura farming moment. I don't know, like a burnout, right? Exactly. And imagine you could combine that with like the wall riding or the little crouch slide. Like, I mean, again, I know this stuff might be kind of hard to code, but it would be super, super cool. Like anything to give more tech to the bike or more cool little fun movement things that you can do. Next on, we're going to move on to the execute. One little thing I want to talk about the execute here, which honestly we should have talked about earlier in the video, which was why the recovery time for execute doesn't make sense, is because generally when you have recovery time for executes, it's because they're actually executes. The problem with execute right now, not the problem, it's not a problem. It's just not an execute. I don't want it to be an execute. Sojourn Rails an execute, and I don't like that all that much, at least in its current implementation. Executes are just very, very difficult cooldowns to balance. And I think the concept of it being named execute, therefore it must execute, and therefore why is it bad to have a recovery time? It's supposed to be an execute. Well, because that's not how it actually works in game. The ability to charge up behind walls and then have tighter spread is a really important part of the ability, and I like how that flows. So please don't change that. But it's not an execute almost ever. It can be used as an execute. Like you could do stuff like that. That's fine if you want to do that, but that's not the only way to use it. So I think like basically pigeonholing it into being only an execute is part of the design problem, because really a lot of the time how it's used is kind of more of an opener. And the only real consistent time that's used in execute is when you're in point blank range or if you go for a bike combo instead. That's the big difference. So it's like it needs more of that flexibility. And I think giving it a recovery time because it's an execute and only an execute is not only like limiting design space, but it's just not how it's used at literally any level, including the professional level. Moving on here. I think right click could actually deserve a higher cooldown. I know, shocker. I'm actually promoting a longer cooldown. I think 5 seconds is probably too long. It doesn't really feel like a cooldown at this point in time. 5 seconds is just too low. 6 seconds is probably, yeah, 6 seconds is probably pretty reasonable. Like 1 second increase is noticeable when something is only, it's a 20% increase. 6 seconds would be fine. In addition to that, I think that there needs to be a clear audio cue. This is a pretty lethal ability. And I would like more of a sound like Zenyatta right click, that it's actually being charged up behind a wall. That would probably help deal with a lot of the complaints with this character. So just give it a clear audio cue. And finally, if you really want to balance right click or experiment with some different things to adjust it, I wouldn't mind if it consumed a little bit of ammo. The fact that it's completely divorced from your ammo clip not only causes some issues with rapid reload as a perk, but it also feels like it's not that it doesn't fit with a character, because it doesn't have to fit. Not everything has to make a lot of logical sense, but it's ironic to me that we say, oh, alt fire into primary fire doesn't make logical sense to me, so it shouldn't be a part of the thing. And yet shooting all of your bullets doesn't consume any ammo, when it could make more logical sense from a design standpoint, because it introduces more cost benefit for using your right click at the inappropriate time. Now you could say, oh, but that's already the case with recovery time. Yes, but that's not tech. That tech is fun. Resource management is also fun. Having a delay after execution is not necessarily subjectively fun. Maybe more if you hold it. No, I don't think so. You could say, yeah, using more ammo if you hold it. No, for the upside downside of using it from range, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't have it crazy, anywhere from 3 to 5 ammo or something like that. Yeah, sure. Okay, moving on here. Dash, very little feedback with dash. It would be nice if you could shoot mid-dash. Do you see that delay there? You can't actually shoot mid-dash, but you can right-click, which is really strange. So you can actually go, that's kind of odd. I wouldn't mind if you could shoot mid-dash. How often will that be useful? Not very often. Will that be cool? Will that be fluid? Yes. And that's what we want in Overwatch. The more fun, cool things, details that you can find out with a character that are once or twice a game relatively useful and feel awesome, please, please, please bring it in here. Please bring it in there. Okay, a couple of etc. points, actually a lot of etc. points. We're going to quickly blitz through these. Footsteps sound a little bit too much like Widowmaker. There's definitely a distinct difference between the two, but it takes quite a long time, not quite a long time, but it takes a little bit of a long time to figure out the difference. And I think especially from a newer player perspective, it's kind of confusing. Like for me, I was like, oh, I can definitely tell it's a Shion, I can definitely tell it's a Widow after a few games, but a newer player or a medium player might not really recognize that. So that would be just adjust the sound a little bit. I like the fact that she's loud, by the way, with the exception of charging right click. I like the fact that she's loud. That's awesome. I don't love the all passive perk. It's just kind of boring. The bike one is a little bit more interesting. That kind of goes without saying. It's like just throwing all the passives is not the most useful thing ever. Sadly, I don't have a lot of other suggestions. Somebody in chat was like, what if you could double jump with bike? That might be kind of fun in terms of transformative, but yeah, we're not gonna really put much more thought into that. And then for her ultimate, we got a couple of things here. Oh, last one. Gun visuals can be misleading. So it looks like a projectile. You see that? And it's not. So I don't really know if this is more, this is definitely more of a nitpick, and honestly maybe the least important thing in this entire review, because I think the visuals are cool and I don't know that I would necessarily change them, but technically it can be confusing if you're paying really close attention to it, because it's not a projectile, it is hit scan. So more of a nitpick, not really that important, but if we're being really, really nitpicky, sure. Ultimate, two things. There's a bit of a problematic combo with the ultimate where it has some problematic breakpoints with any form of damage boost. So it does 180. So there are certain situations where you're going to have one-shots on certain characters with basically one-shots, almost one-shots with Mercy damage boost, but the more problematic one is obviously the nano boost. It's kind of like, we've talked about this with like Emery ultimate, with Dragon Blade. Certain ultimates with nano boost just become really, really problematic in terms of breakpoints. I don't think the necessary problem is with Shion's ultimate necessarily. It's just something to keep an eye on. It's like another hero with nano boost that kind of feels oppressive when combined. Now, I know the argument that it's like, oh, it's two ultimates combined, it should be broken. That's true, but that's not always the case for all heroes in all situations. Even a character like Onron, who like is absolutely incredibly broken with nano on the one target she goes for, can't change that and can't chain that into a multi-kill unless everybody's clumped. So again, combining two ultimates will always be strong, but it is objectively more strong for certain characters than it is for others, and that's just kind of worth keeping in mind. Last point here, and this one's way cooking, but would be absolutely sick for her ultimate. It would be cool if you decoupled her primary fire and her alternate fire in her ultimate. Let me explain what I mean by that. I find her alternate fire and her ultimate to be kind of useless. You can spin in space, but it's actually generally better tech to just kind of go along the ground and use a little bit of repositioning. It's not really that important to be able to use your ult in space. I think if you're hindered, that's the only time in which it's useful, but that's just more of a coding issue. Like, not a coding issue. It's not necessary that that's worked that way. The reason why I'm kind of talking about this, though, is one of my chatters had a really good suggestion. What if you're in your ultimate, your primary fire was the dash aspect and the ult fire was the damage aspect, and you had 3 dashes, 3 damages. So what that would essentially mean is every dash can be followed by a damage or can be followed by a dash. So what that would mean is you would press your ultimate and you could do dash, dash, damage, dash, damage. You could go dash without the damage, dash again, then damage, and then dash again, then damage. Now you're like, what's the whole point of that? The reason why is if you could do that, you could slightly reduce the delay between dashes, which would allow you to reposition a lot quicker, like bait, up, down, then finish with the damage. And what that would do is that would allow it to be more reliable in 1v1s and more reliable against heavy CC counter comps. So it would essentially mean that you're not stuck in that damage lockout during every single dash. Now, importantly, it would not be balanced for you to be able to do dash, damage, damage. So damage, damage in the same spot. Using a damage will consume a dash. But having the whole standstill thing just doesn't really feel that useful. Instead, you could go dash up, and then dash down half a second faster, then do damage, then dash, and then do damage again. If you do, I'm sorry, I hope you're following with me. If you dash damage, then there is the delay before you can dash again. If you dash, then dash again, the delay is significantly reduced. And the ultimate expires if you use all your damage charges, even if you have dash charges remaining. Well, crucially, you would have to use your dash before damaging again. You couldn't go dash, damage, 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 damage. What would happen is your ult would expire after you've used your dash charges. So you could go dash, dash, damage, and then it's over. Or dash, 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 don't damage, okay, it's over. So the reason behind this is that it allows for a lot more movement flexibility and a lot more tech in your ultimate that honestly it would just be absolutely sick. Like, it would provide a lot more flexibility and increase a higher skill ceiling with the ultimate without increasing its damage ceiling or making it more cheesy to utilize. I don't know if that would be a nightmare to code. The only reason that I'm introducing that is because it's an interesting idea for tech and matchups, and it scales better with rank. And also, it's available basically free real estate because I just don't really find the value in her alt fire right now very consistently anyway. So anyway, that's all my feedback for Shion. My main feedback overall is that she's a lot of fun. I hope that they continue to lean into the more tech aspect sides of her character, keep her 250 HP, keep moving away from burst damage, move into more bike tech, and maybe utilize some of the ideas from my community. So shout out to my community for coming up with all these really cool things, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Please subscribe and give me all of your money. I desperately need it. Please. I almost clicked stop recording as if I was recording, and I realized that, like, I'm so, like, hardwired. Okay, yeah. Would a general pool of charges like 4 or 5 be used for either dash damage or less claim when play? Well, yeah, maybe. You could say that then you could just do like, because that's what right click is right now. You could just be like damage, damage, damage. I think the more important thing would be that there's a delay between damage charges. Yes, there needs to be a delay between damage charges if you have like a currency. Frick off, Grimacin. Yeah, we talked about it pretty extensively. The thing with it, the problem is that it just fundamentally, I think, misunderstands the way execution is nerfed, and also is discouraging to tech. Tech needs to be encouraged. You need to encourage tech. It's not even a hard tech. It's something that you could absolutely figure it out, and then everybody figured out within playing her a little bit. So I don't think it's like the character's DOA and feels terrible to play. She doesn't. It's not. It's really not that big of a delay. And you can also use, as of now, you can melee, bike, and dash after your right click. The only thing you can't do is shoot. So it's like, could be definitely worse. To me, it's more the spirit of the change. You guys know me. I'm going to gripe about spirits. You know what I mean? Do you feel like they over-nerfed execution sitbox? I don't think so. But I haven't played with it enough to tell you, but I don't think the concept of making it more is necessarily bad. The design rather than the balance. I didn't really think too much about the design. My take is that I just think empowered block is just such a really rough ability that I don't really want it. There's nothing really to say. I think empowered block is bad. It's just bad. It's unintuitive, it's clunky, and it's too high risk, high reward for the Doomfist. There's just certain situations when you literally cannot play the game anywhere near your closest potential because you're so reliant off of the enemy team shooting you. And the problem with Doomfist compared to even Zarya, who, by the way, people don't like Zarya either. Let's be very clear. But the difference between Zarya and Doomfist is that you can do more damage and get more space if people don't shoot your block or don't shoot your bubble. With Doomfist, you're just buying yourself maybe a second of cooldown time, and that's just not enough. So if you're asking about the concept of empowered block benefiting more abilities, I think that is an interesting idea with a fundamentally flawed concept, if that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fundamentally flawed concept, good idea. And I think giving Doomfist another crowd control ability that is inherently just burst damage focused is just... guys, I've played versus DPS Doomfist. I've played... It's just no. No. I don't... And the problem with Doom is I don't think you can even remove block completely either. I know a lot of... I know people that get quaked on, and I have a lot of respect for him, and I like his ideas in Doomfist in terms of like empowered punch. But I do not agree that Doomfist can function without a block ability or with uppercut. I just don't agree. And maybe it would depend on how you'd execute. Maybe we could give him some armor or some ability to sustain himself, or maybe you increase his maybe you could find a way to make it work. But uppercut is just another crowd control ability, guys. It's just more tuned toward doing more damage. And watching get quaked on play first off versus like these plat players in arcade game mode or in quick, it's like he's just bursting people over and over and over. Quake does not believe Doom is a tank. Well, right. It's like tanks need some way to like take attention for a little bit more of a... trust me, I'm all flexible with the concept of tank and DPS and support kind of being bending rules, you know? But I think that goes too far. Any sort of ability to keep people's attention without instantly dying, yeah. I'm not saying it's completely impossible or implausible. It's implausible, not impossible. Let's put it that way. And I understand uppercut is fun because it is a damage or mobility cooldown. We just talked about how bike is fun in that regard, but it's just tough. So we don't want to go on this to be a Doomfist rant, but yeah. Okay. What do you guys want to do? We're kind of done for now. Do you guys want to do react content, or do you want me to play? Because we have a couple of videos that maybe we could watch. We have an OC video. We have we had the capitology video. I'll do a poll. I'll let Twitch. Sorry, YouTube. I'll do a poll. React slop. What to do? React slop play. Play Shion the GM. Break off. Thank you guys again for your help. Really incredible ideas. And even the ideas that I didn't jive with as much were very thoughtful and very interesting. Thank you guys very much for your stuff. And I will try to get that sent. That was awesome. That was perfect too. Like we had like, I don't know, 40, 50 messages, which is so much more manageable than some of the stuff before. Because when we've done that in the past, sometimes it was like, oh, there's like literally 500 messages. And then I feel like people pour their hearts and souls into 3 paragraphs of good ideas, but at that point, I'm like not really in the best mental state to see it. Homework watch Akira. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the argument of like uppercut means that you don't necessarily have empowered punch stun. That's true. Wait, this poll is forever. All right, I'm calling the poll in like 45 seconds. I forgot to adjust. I guess it's from the OWCS thing. The stream is spilled over to conversations in other Discords. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, people were like, why are you trying to fix Shion? Shion's fine. Yeah, I don't think Shion needs quote unquote fixing, but we're gonna like Sierra needs fixing. Sierra needed fixing. Onrun, I mean, even Onrun, I guess didn't really need. Well, maybe it's more along the lines of I'd enjoy the discussion and making a sharp hero sharper. Improvements, right? Improvements, right? Things that little tweaks here and there. And also, like I said, for me, I look at this as more along the lines of like I want to praise the things that were done well as like a hope to mitigate any future bad decisions that I hope that we don't do. Like I really hope that they don't lean more into the burst damage, and I need to say exactly why. And I really hope that they don't take away more of her tech, and I was trying to explain why, So it's not just like I'm trying to be like, this is bad, change this. Be like, this is good, please don't change this. Partial empowerment, like also Drillco's over. It's a good idea, Angelic. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's definitely a better execution of what we have right now. When Anon was the next Genji, frick me, man. Freaking cooldown dump abomination, man. I am still get freaking salty about people like, oh, Onron's mobility is great. You haven't figured it out yet. Yeah, frick off. Frick off. Play? What do we play? Do we just screw around in DPS or tank? No support. I'm done with support. Freaking, I'm not touching that account ever. All right, we'll do one more poll. One more poll. Damage or tank? Play Doom? No. What? Tank? DPS. We'll do like a couple of games. Support until the motion protection? Yeah, that's definitely the strategy. One minute Q and GM support? Yeah. Time of day. Time of day. Also, Shion's more popular. So the ratio is probably more healthy than normal. I already tested the Dominant Major perk. It's freaking really good. 100% pick rate. It has to be basically 100% pick rate. Like, it's just insanely good. It's exactly my initial patch reaction. It's exactly that. It's really, really freaking good. Like, even if you're freaking standing still, just the ability to rotate your shield to a better section is just insanely strong. Damage? Okay. We'll do some of the heroes that I enjoy playing. We'll do maybe Shion, maybe Sam, maybe Mei. We'll just kind of we'll just heroes that I want to play. Without really any goal. We'll just play for fun. I'll change stream title.
Now traveling to Kanizaka.
Damage roll. I like the rivals thing. Hang on, let's pull this up here. Sorry for the rivals mention. It's fine, bro. Rivals has lots
for
of good
8
ideas.
meters. This is great for repositioning, good for escaping trouble, or chasing down or pouncing on a target that you mean to eliminate. To be honest, I seldom use this dash on its own. I do sometimes, but you don't go super far, and it's got a long cooldown, so I prefer to save these charges and use them differently. That's because this dash can be augmented by coupling it with your Bayou Bash that we just talked about, your Staff Slam.
Well,
if you dash and then immediately use your Staff Slam, your Bayou Bash attack, you catapult yourself forward by spinning your staff for another 4 meters for a combined travel distance.
Yes, but it sounds like with the dash animation, it empowers the dash. This would be more about putting a damage. It's more about like, we're not blending the chocolate with the vanilla for a different dash. We're putting the vanilla and then we're putting the chocolate at the end of the vanilla, which then means that there's a delay before you do vanilla again. Does that make sense? This sounds like you're empowering or changing the way the dash utilizes midway through the dash. That might be cool. I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but that wasn't exactly the feedback that we gave.
Of 12 meters, right? You'll spin your staff, you'll continue traveling. There are a few things going on here. First, you can change direction.
Does that make sense? You know what saddens me, guys? How, like, kind of, there's, like, a lot of, like, good ideas with Rivals in terms of hero designs. I really enjoyed some of the things they did with, like, Mr. Fantastic, like, conceptually. I thought it was, like, a really cool hybrid hero. Invisible Woman, I thought, had some cool ideas, too. Obviously, you guys know me. I liked Winter Soldier. Freaking, what a complete waste. Imam Bold, that's on our list to watch. You're not 0 for 1 either. I think the Greed video was fine. I didn't necessarily agree with it, but I don't need to agree with something for it being worth watching, you know? I appreciate you.
So much better.
Yeah, Ana has some really bad perks. Problematic perks. You guys want a hot take? Ana may have the most problematic perks in the entire game. At least compared to her base kit. Oh frick! Oh frick! Frick! Also, alt fire sounds like it hits when it doesn't. Sound design. I forgot. I need to put that on our list of things to do. Listen. You hear that? Too juicy. Too juicy. But yeah, Ana has got some tough perks. Ball Shield's the most problematic perk. Could be, yeah. I'm just saying, like, holistically. You've got Nano Speed Boost perk, which is fun, but kind of problematic to balance around. And then you have Groggy, which is just obnoxious. And then Headshot perk, which is fun, but also kind of broken. And Bounce Nade is like whatever, but it's kind of annoying. Like, Bounce Nade is not fully inoffensive, so it, you know. Frick, didn't know he had dash. Well, it's just her perks. The problem with Ana as well is that her perks are really hard to, like, fix. I remember when they initially announced perks for Ana, and me and Gavin and, like, Yeedle, I'm not joking, me, Gavin, and Yeedle at, like, breakfast sat there for, like, half an hour and tried to figure out perks for Ana, and we had a really hard time. I don't even remember what we came up with. Maybe we came up with something. I remember I made a video about it. Maybe I need to go back and watch that video. Aswin's the award for the worst perks, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, Silver Bullet's on paper interesting, because you give up Fan the Hammer for it, but and Execution is just kind of like a net upgrade in all situations. Go back and watch my video if you want ideas for Ana perks. Maybe I undercooked there. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Well, they already had a 1.5 crit multiplier. Oh, for the minor slot. I don't know. Good question. Crits just feel like a difficult thing to balance, but I'm not sure. Oh, frick. Yeah, seriously, what holy Q. Oh, that's right, we did do DPS. That was the longest Q. I always thought the simplest choice for Ana would be just to give her a speed boost after Sleep Dart for a few seconds. That would be like the inverse of Grog, keep it more fun for the Ana, and also introduce some dynamics of nuance. Where like you could like where you could like use your sleep dart to rotate, just like sleep dart anything just for the rotation, you know? I don't know. I mean, I've literally been saying that since like, I'm pretty sure that was one of my first perk suggestions. In fact, somebody made a video about it in competitive Overwatch. Somebody took my idea and coded it, and they did it in like the practice range or something. I remember seeing a video on it like a year ago. So,
Select your hero.
what do you guys want to see? Sem, Mei, or Shion? What do you guys want to see? Shion, Sem, Shion. Okay, we will play Shion. Maybe we'll alternate Shion and Sim. Bringing Malga doing fire on Cardiac. Dude, Grimacent remembers. That was fun. That was fun. Protector? Ah, if we don't get her, we'll play Sim. CBA, man.
Welcome to Runasapi.
Oh! This skin is so funny. I have seen both I've seen people freak out over the skin, be like, this is the coolest skin ever, and people be like, this is literally the ugliest, cringiest skin I've ever seen in the history of the universe. I've seen nothing in between these. Yeah, I agree with you, Angelic. That was by far...
Pain is mine to master.
But yeah, I agree with certain characters. It's hard to come up with the perks.
Friends?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocked. Down.
Interacting with the peasants. Oh no, there's a freaking thing. Kind of want to keep my bike right now. Oh dear. I'm getting danced on. I suck at this video game. Dude, I'm like literally passive advantage right now. I've done basically nothing except just hold the angle and almost die. Ah, I wanted to see. I think with Pocket I can hold here a little bit longer. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. She's gonna put me on. Okay, I'm gonna gamble. I don't think I should have done that. No. I think we can kind of hold this. Fine. Oh, frick. No. Shoot. That's where, like, man, wasting bike is so... It's so easy to waste, because it's like, oh, it's just damage. Like, what if? But then you're like, 2 seconds later, you're like, ah, I could have rotated there. Ah. Need to chill here. My team is not doing anything right now. Okay, well, the hazard's there, so maybe we're okay. Ooh, I see 2 people. I deepen? I think I deepen here. This is where the cart's gonna be. Oh bless! No! My bad! I doesn't matter. We lose either way. I accidentally dashed right as I did it. My bad. I don't think it matters. It's fine, we get a trade. We lose good spawn, but I can come back fast. So we'll be 4 soon. Those are a little far. Thought we'd push. I don't know why we didn't push anywhere. We were even. We were up 1 actually at that point.
Our enemy is pushing.
Oh well. Man, this feels so unearned, man. I don't know what happened. We had such a massive lead going on, and then we just like staggered or. Are you kidding me? I need safety. Very messy. I think we can cut him off. Pass. We can cut him off at the pass, boy. Oh, look at that. Big damage. Wait, I was gonna say, no way that works. I think we'd be more patient pokey here, so. Shoot it. Don't really want to push this. Perk value. I need to live here. Oh, are you kidding me? Dude, oh no. I was too slow. I wonder if I could actually just live there in the spawn. Frick!
I'll just kill them first.
Wait. No! Freaking wall finds. Oh no, that was a major mistake. I thought it was higher HP. I trolled. My bad. Crap. Oh, I trolled. I missed again. I went to the frick. We need to use our tree, honestly.
They've started pushing.
control the crosshair. My brain's kind of in trouble. Maybe not. Bruh. Get him, Ryan, get him, Ryan. Nice, Reinhardt. Don't let him heal. He's still not healed. Okay, we might be too deep. I didn't really want to use my right click there. I should have just saved it. I'm trying to bait the deflect. Holy mackerel, I'm trolling. Oh, I should have just trusted the angle. I panicked. I just panicked there. I got nervous. Went to heal back instead of just trusting my team. Did it kill him? Ah, GG's. Well, I don't think we win, but we're gonna see 9. Oh gosh. Frick, good try. Oh man. Bummer. Sorry for your Ana. Oh.
Play of the game.
Man, that's alright. So fun. Yeah, I agree with you, Grimacent. The problem is when Weaver isn't under pressure, he's equally frustrating because you can't really use his utility proactively. That's the problem with Weaver's kit, you know? It's like he relies off of him being a target to get value. That's what's so weird. Yeah, I had a good time with it, Angelic. It was fun. David gang that jumps across map in one tap, so you have Ryan. Well, yeah, I mean, when you describe it like that. IK, thank you for the sub. This is where things start to go really, really badly. I think he's staggered pretty badly. I hope he's staggered so bad. Yeah. I definitely could have advanced it there. And in this situation, what happened here? This was so weird. Like, look at this, chat. Oh, well, maybe Ryan was dead. Maybe I'm just stupid. No, it's a 4v4. Kind of. Yeah. I think I just overextended without knowing where... Because, like, a tank with CDs is always going to win the angle quickly. And yeah, my supports are, you know, supports, as usual. But like, I didn't have to necessarily get walled and killed here, you know? Like, this is just dumb. It's just like, come on. Like, as long as I live here, dash, then this is fine. My problem is I died for it. I needed to like not die in that angle so quickly. That's on me. And missing the combo there sucked too. Yeah. I was definitely.
Our enemy is pushing.
This is a good ult. Kill's a kill, baby. Stop the hemorrhage. But right here, I needed to get the combo if I could. Like, how did we not kill him? Did we not hit the pin? I knew something stank. I need to change the delay to not be 20 seconds. And dude, I bet you guys, if you clip it, let's actually look back at the Twitch stream. I swear that's what it looked like in the moment. I swear that's what it looked like in the moment, too. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, a replay viewer bug. I swear that's what it looked like. That's why I was so baffled by him not dying, because I thought he landed the pin and he just didn't die. That's not even a pin hit box. Well, okay, I guess it's technically a pin hit box. Like, what? Wait, where are we in the game? 5 minutes? Okay. What on earth was that? Gosh, Wally. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's slow this down to like 0.5. Yeah, sure. Dude, that pin freaking hits. He goes right through him. It's the same thing in the replay viewer. Look at that. It's the same thing. Freaking, I hate Twitch so much. Weird, man. I mean, that might be the worst pin I have ever seen. That might be the worst pin I have ever seen. Like, I've seen some bad pins. I've been playing this game for like 9 years, and I have never seen a pin that bad. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I felt really useless in this side of the map. Can I watch that from the Ryan perspective? Yeah, real quick. I don't think it's going to change anything. Yeah, what happens is it hits him with his shoulder, bumps him around and through. But the problem is that Ryan doesn't center him, so he boops him, watch. And then because of the architecture of the boop, it boops him directly into his pin hitbox, but he doesn't settle into the hitbox until Ryan has already clipped through him. Do you see what I'm saying? So it was like the architecture of the map screwed with it, but that still should hit. That should still absolutely hit, regardless. So it's the weirdest pin I've ever seen, but it follows the bad logic that it's always had. So, but yeah, we got scammed. this sucked. This was a classic push moment where you really can't sell fights like this. Because this is fine if I get out or if I commit to the flank. And I just, dude, like, look at the timing on this. Like, literally the, like, oh my god. Crying. Oh, man. My bad. Unfortunate. What was that? World's worst aim hack. You're so bad, stop yapping, seriously? Yes, ma'am. Oh, that's pretty bad. Maybe we have a comma, perhaps? I mean, she put an apostrophe. Give credit where credit is due, boys. If you're clever enough to put an apostrophe, that already puts you ahead of everybody else. I don't know.
They claim the robot.
They've started pushing.
Tear that down!
Oh, this fight felt really bad for me. Something felt wrong. This was like me forcing it. I just needed to hold the angle here. Just poke or pokety poke. This is just me. This is like me plat magneting, like super hard right now. And then going for the combo, me missing the combo. Julia, are you following? Can you? Any gift subscriptions? Any gifters? Oh, I'll frick this, man. I'm not doing freaking Shimbali. I'm hating bike spawns. Dash bike. Yeah. No. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Side grade. We're all right.
Select your hero.
Agreed, Grimacent. Yeah, 100%. Get my game so I can pin avoid you. All right, man. You're gonna have to lose some games though. You would pin avoid spell because of his internet. True. But hey, listen, I turn off YouTube stream when that happens. Champ 4 right now? Nice. It wasn't Havana on random? Yeah. Fiber next Friday, baby. Yeah. Do you guys remember Fortnite Fish? Fortnite Fish was the ultimate troll. I saw Fortnite Fish. We saw Fortnite Fish like a month ago. Do you guys remember? I miss Fortnite Fish. Nah, I trust tank all the way. Easy win, W. This guy's already asking, are you willing to swap? Classic. Don't love us for disposable? You're not disposable. There's only several thousand of you. I can't afford to.
Shaped like dinosaurs?
That is what makes them superior.
Why are you guys getting so like bent out of shape over Julia?
4, 3, 2.
Don't get down. Don't get bent. Don't get bent. Yeah. They're not funny, just don't laugh, you know what I'm saying? Positive vibes only? No. Lots of negative vibes. But if it isn't funny, just let it go, you know? I'm the worst. I'm literally the worst player of all time. I should be shot at dawn. Yes, thank you. I will take that advice to heart. Okay. I think we die. I think we die. Bless you. I dash into a wall. I dash into a wall. I dash into a wall. We have our cycle, so we go again. What are we doing? I was making fun of her movement, and I literally almost died to her. I literally almost died to that. No offense. I literally almost died to that. No offense, but I literally almost died to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally almost died to that, guys. I almost died to that. So that's an ego check. I literally almost died to that. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Okay. No! I got scammed! No! I'm just gonna die. Frack! I know, I went for it. Wah! Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia.
Flesh is a weakness.
I need to not right click that. I need to stop right clicking so blind. Or that too.
We must take the lead.
I'm out here, boys.
Time for the reckoning.
Oh wow, you really overextended there, didn't you?
Over there.
3, 2. Ooh. I think actually we could actually win this fight though, despite that. I think my D.Va player is really bad. I wish he just stayed Malga. But we got the good spawn. We got the good spawn. Yeah, we actually kind of are winning this. Oh my gosh. guys saw, right?
Almost there. Keep going.
Right. I guess we'll just be part of the AI team. I got you. No, please. Give a frick, man. Listen, man, I won my 1v1. That's all that matters. Kind of a goofy execution there, but the idea was not literally execute. You know what I mean? Should I buy you for your entertainment? Most of the time when I VOD review, well, you guys just saw me VOD review myself. I don't think we need our bike here, so. Well, oh, frick. Controlling. Run. Wait, she remax? Does she live? Maybe we get a trade here. Ooh, was it worth it? Ah! Dude, what's his name? Or Ash freaking body block for the Shion. I went all out. I went all out. Me and my diva literally just trolled the crap out of that. We just trolled the crap out of that. We got bad spawn, man. Okay, we're flux staggering. Okay. Looks like we're taking my fucking Diva's dead again. Okay, guys, please stop dying. Please. Freaking unbelievable. Okay, that's an Ashen spawn. We need to peek this now. Worth, maybe worth. My diva can DMAC, but it's good. It's worth. Can we live? I could have played that one better. Controlling. Huge. Nice. That could have been. That would have been tragic. Oh, please! Wow. I'm the worst. I'm the worst player in the world. I'm the worst player in the world. And I'm even worse. I'm the worst player I know. Oh, dear me. I cannot believe we didn't lose that. We should have lost that 10 times over. Worth it. Nope. Wall hacks. Nope. Not. Kill the Sigma. Please kill the Sigma. Okay, we're fine. Nice job not pushing. Okay. We almost tossed it. Ash and the Genji Diva? I mean, it's a good map for it. What is that? What does that mean, guys? What does that mean? Is that bad? Should I report that? This guy is so angry. Oh, okay. Well, sorry. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, it sounded like a slur. Not a slur, but or, I don't know, dude. What is even? It sounded like it was intentionally. Yeah. All right, well. Got nothing to say. That's right. Easy win for us. Yeah, Julia's not even here anymore. She's got nothing to say after that performance. That's right. Dude, you guys want to see something crazy? I was playing with my brother who's like bronze. He hasn't played in years. And we were like, the lobby spread was huge. I want you guys to guess how much damage that I got in first round of Flashpoint. Guess. This is all the context that you guys get. Yeah, it was I got 6. Come on, guys. I had 6,000 damage. Dude, I'll prove it. Or was it? It was kind of bad. Like, there were like literally like new players. Wait, where is it? All right. Okay, was it? Dang it. Was it 6,000? Okay, not 6,000. 56, 5.6. Okay, I misremembered. That's classic select. That's classic by 5.6, dude. It's crazy. This is a fun game. Dude, it was like really funny. It was like literally like I would end the game with like literally just solo kill. Like I would go in there and it would be like, okay, wait, there's one fight I have to look at. I think the Ram literally just kills everybody. It was like just tanks killing everybody. Wait, where was it? There was one fight that was hilarious. Or maybe not. Well, dude, I'm playing with... yeah. No, Pepper's not mid flat. Pepper's low gold. She's too much of an OTP. Oh, this one was saucy. Oh, wait, was it not? No, it wasn't this one. Dude, the best part about this, wait, actually, there's actually something funnier than this. Watch, this is my brother. Watch him use his ultimate. I'm pretty sure I know what he's gonna do. Wait, watch him use his ultimate. Yeah. I mean, it's not bad, you know. He got his one, you know. The ideas are there. Sushi, thank you for the raid. I was just about. Oh, that joke's not funny anymore. Dude. Dude, thank you for the sub. Dude, Pepper kills me. That is like Pepper is like the most all aim, no brain with her. Dude, her stat lines are always like, dude, Pepper every game goes like 5-2. Like every game, doesn't matter the game, goes like 5-2. I don't think he took light round slow. Cracks me up, dude. Her KD is always like 6-4 or 12-3. All right, we'll do one more Shion game and then I want to mix it up. Pepper's my wife. freaking comedy gold, man. That was so funny. She will like literally like she's like can hold her own in like platinum diamond sniper lobbies, but like yeah. And she doesn't play Ashe anymore. I was asking the other day, it's like, why don't you play Ashe anymore? Like on the non-good Widow maps. I don't know. Yeah, classic sushi, right? What a white knight, am I right, guys? What a white knight. Holy crap. Also another Roadhog player. Love that. How much does she pay for VOD reviews? I don't know. You should ask her. Are we sim maxing? Well, I'll probably play sim after this one. Like, also, okay, I need to add this onto my list. Why delay on dash and 2 bike? Me no like. There's 2 other things I need to add to the end of that critique.
These streets will run red when I'm through.
She don't keep canceling Wednesdays? Yeah. Oh my gosh, my chat is so sycophantic. I know, I have some pretty cracked clips, I will say.
5, 4, 3,
I don't think I used my bike on spawn. I don't think that's worth the ult charge. Too long of a CD. Can I hold this thing here with dash? It's too close. My hog is awfully forward. That's my thing, so I need to be careful. I'm trolling. I don't have my bike. I can't do this. I'm gonna die for this now. Goodbye. Legendary. Okay, well. I get bonus points for calling out my error as it happens, right? That's how partial credit. It's as if it didn't happen. Does that work? Frick! Get the angle right. Oh no. No! If I'd been full HP there, that would have worked. I get greedy with a combo, but my rotational maxing is lacking. If I'd been full HP there, I can greed holding the angle, just going for damage, but I was not. Oh, frick. That's cool. I love losing fights. I love this freaking map. Actually inexcusable that that's still in the game. Like, really, like, guys, come on. Inexcusable that I don't know what I'm doing. We're completely locked out. Frick, man. Dude, I'm not playing well. I know, give it a second. Shouldn't be like that. Giving it a full second should be more than enough. Right. Now we just lose this. Well.
You've heard them before.
Want me to take the teleport back because I kind of want to be here. Some rough Shion gameplay. Thank you for that statement. I appreciate your assessment. Where's Julia when you need her? You know what I'm saying?
It's go time.
For real? Maybe. Maybe I should have gone sooner. They had a 4v5 and maybe we needed to make something. I was trying to wait for them to push, but... well... we waited too long to lock in. Unlucky.
Score 0.
Played like trash the first two points, and then we did okay at the end, but team then played like trash. Legendary geneticist. Wow, this guy's a lot of hours in Moira. Dang. Yeah. The only trick thing for the sub.
Pain is mine to master.
A tank with a new health type? Where was that said?
Fighting hard for me. Few get a second chance at my mercy. But our enemies won't even get a first.
Much obliged.
Stay out of trouble, Nana.
As long as you get into plenty.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, is it leak?
Behave.
What even type of...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Is that crazy? You guys saw that, right? Booty. That was such an ego peak, man. Look at this guy. Quick, man. Hurry up. I'm dying over here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Frick me, man. No. I should grab the mega. I gotta get out. Wow. No. Booty, man. We need to shoot him. We need to shoot him. We need to shoot him. Nobody's looking at him. We got him. Nice. Malga can win that. Man. I can't catch a break, man. Ooh, careful. But there's somebody up here. Wow. Nice.
The payload is moving. Thanks to me.
My ultimate's ready.
I hope. Well. That's weird. Well. It's actually kind of a good trade. Wait, actually kind of a crazy trade. Wait, we win these? Crazy. Cassie just kills all. No way he dies. No way he dies. I had to live. Frick. Dude, my Cassie killing like 5 there and then just dying? Maybe he overextended, I'm not really sure. That sucked. That probably killed our chances. Malga, you gotta go towards the point, man. That's it. Ah, frick. Good try. I'm kind of bored of Shion, honestly. Maybe we play some Sim, something that's more a little different. Didn't play very well. I mean, I don't know. Roadhog was like not great, but it wasn't really his fault. Just missing a lot of shots and screwing up some CD layering. Fight your lane, play your lane. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Freaking killing me, man. I appreciate that. Guns sound unsatisfying to shoot. Yeah, to an extent, yeah. But Yeah, I don't know. I remember giving that initial feedback. I don't know if they changed it or maybe I just kind of grew accustomed to it. I'm not really sure. Cheers, Pelican. Take care.
Ready. Ready.
Like, this is fine if I dash bite out. But the problem is, it's like, I'm playing these, like, really aggressive lanes and just not using my CDs respectfully on those lanes. Oh, I didn't know that, Jack. That's cool. Like this, right? Like I can't do this. Like I'm thinking, oh, we're pushing. To be fair, I was like, oh, we're pushing the Sojolt, so we'll be fine. But I don't know. I can't die for that angle. You know what I'm saying? It's just bad. What was I gonna say? Chat, can anybody check to see if the gun sounds changed from the day of launch to today? Does anybody know?
Select
Do we...
your hero. Select hero bands.
I need to change headline. Yeah, she went Shion, so it works out. Shion's banned. Well, good time to talk about Symmetra. The L Classical skin. Underrated. I think it's one of the GOATs. Your lack of capitalization infuriates me. There's a little more for you.
From imperfection, we build a new world. Something smells foul. Is it you, Rodent?
Exhaust port fan power increased by 600%.
That's great. That's really good. Nodlin, thank you for the sub. No, frick off of that brain dead hero.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Maybe I'll do one for you, Nodlin. We'll see.
Capture the objective.
Sentry in position.
Just in case. Yeah. Okay, they're all here. Just hold the space. My ball is pushing, so I push. And we're done. Wait, it's a 2v2. Nice. I'll leave a turret that. Nope, frick me. Hey, there's the on-run, Nodlin.
Constructing my teleporter.
I shouldn't have done that. I guessed he was pushing me, but he actually wasn't.
Adjusting turret placement.
Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa. I poop. Poop, 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 poop. that was stack overload. I had like 3 ideas going at the same time and I didn't do any of them. That's alright. Simul is fine. I poop. I say. I poop. Oh my days.
Placing a turret
What
here.
on earth?
Behold my creation.
Oh my gosh. Freaking kidding me.
Distributing turrets. They are attacking the objective. Push them back.
Rat! I should have just charged the alt fire there at the end.
A chance to iterate is always appreciated. We are in harmony. Aligning sentry positions.
Are you kidding me? That's terrible.
Sentry in position.
Okay. There you go. Does right click do more DPS than left click? Not really, but it allows you to kind of selectively take your engagements and honestly, it depends. Like if your tracking is perfect, I guess it's no. I don't know. Don't overread too much of my mechanical decisions too much. I probably right click a little too much.
I have decided to accept your offer to train
Their
up my
comp is
confidence.
horrible versus
Only to
ball, so
research.
my guy is just raid bossing. So if we could just like live and be passive and not die and hold our angle, then we win at this game.
I've got this. On second thought, I require
No, I
more
don't.
time to
Alt fire
deliberate.
is right click, primary fire is primary fire.
5,
But that would be an interesting idea. I wouldn't be against that.
Group up here.
The frick? Can't even take my own teleport.
Raksha Pranali Sanritit Karna.
Zarya. Double teleport this. We'll TP bomb. Mostly just to kind of cause some panic. And then we actually stay here. Ah, bomb it enough.
They broke my turret.
The objective is
They're on the point? I'll take that
We'll
as
be
a
back quick.
challenge.
Placing a turret here. Constructing my teleporter.
Enemy over here.
Radiant drop protection.
OTP.
Positioning turret.
Oh, bollocks, mega.
Teleporter materialized. Such a lack of awareness.
Yes. Not the best execution at all.
If just for a moment.
Scouting on this angle. Fortifying this position because I think they're going to try to push me. Or not, I guess. They should try to push me.
My sentry is destroyed. Placing a turret here. Teleporter manifested.
Need to help my ball. Freaking.
Enhancement.
Cool.
Prakash se jivan. My condition is complete. Rasta khul gaya hai. Sentry is offline. Turret materialized.
Just tickle me. Anna. Juno, anybody.
positions. They broke my turret.
I need to get out of here. No. Alright, we commit. We commit. We get out when we can, but we commit. I say we get out when we can, we don't. But honestly, I might be able to stay here. This Reaper won't beat me. Right, chat? See? Never doubted. Not even for a second. Not even close.
Distributing turrets.
Wait. Wait, she's gonna back into it. wait, we go for this, we go for this. We don't go for this. But that soldier could die.
Placing a turret here.
Let's see if we can catch him. My soldier trap.
My turret is demolished.
Alright, Doofus is gonna go for me soon, so. Or should. I don't know if I necessarily needed that. Mackerel! I could have teleported. I could have teleported. I am a poop. Moira dies. Reaper. It's only little Death Blossom. There you go.
With each failure comes new perspective.
Is he more of a Twitch guy? Yeah, Fast Twitch. That's me. They call me Fast Twitch McGee.
We are not ready to take the point.
Positioning turret. Constructing my teleporter. Aligning sentry positions.
I've got you in my sights.
Hold back this, please.
The result of stepping out of line. Teleporter manifested. For the power. I'm
There you go. 76 is really fast with that perk, man. He was flying. Holy crap. Cheers, see ya, cheers, Grimacent. Alright, well. Take care, mate. With one fewer finger? That's right.
Ready for battle.
Wait, what was the situation with the Cerily? Freudian slip. The Kiriko just ignores me? Hey, I gotta... It's the one we lost. I think this is it here. Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair. She kind of owned me, actually. Are there any funny clips that we missed, boys? Dude, this is kind of a funny clip. I knew something stank here. I like overestimated our willingness to push this lane. But to be fair, look at this guy. Look at this guy. So first off, my cat flies directly into the wall. Second off, the ball rolls out and just knocks him further away from the rest of our team. We miss like every shot in the history of the world. We keep missing. My ball's screwing around. He's still living. Like, I'm sorry. Dude, the guy, he actually gets the kill. Wait. That's crazy. Nah, the guy was kind of trolling. It was just funny. You guys want to see some elite level aim? Check this out. Watch this. One. Not even close. How low did I get? 9? 11? 4. 4. 4. 4. Love that. Yeah, my aim looks like cheats, man. It's good. Oh, see it, Jack. I'm sorry. I just saw your message. All right, Nodlin. One game. One game. No, I've not done a creators patch before. You will be backseeing the whole time? All right, buddy. Did any of y'all watch Seagull play? How was it? Was he happy? Was he a happy guy? Was he a happy little guy? What's up? You heard the thunder. It didn't rain any, but yeah. Yeah, look at that. Progress.
Vote for your map.
Oh, I don't really want to play Blizzard World. Play Survasa. You like Mizuki? I mean, Mizuki is fun.
Select your hero.
Oh, that would be fun. I would love to watch a video essay from him. And Mizuki is pretty easy. I remember let's say if you have like Mizuki is not pretty easy. Mizuki is pretty easy if you have like strong fundamentals. The only tricky thing is figuring out his shift. I remember the first game I played in Mizuki in like the playtest, and dude, I was like pounding, bro. You just like spam on angles and healing's really easy. The root's kind of tricky, but like it's pretty like intuitive, you know. Cool. Yeah, I like Hazard too. Nice. Survasa. Yeah, some people are just really burned out. Sure, 4-0 was a long time ago, so I wouldn't hold it against anybody that used to play Overwatch back in the day not loving it right now. Oh, why did I get the... Dude, Nodlin, I got your streamer mode name, bro. Your freaking baby talk crap. Why? Why am I plagued with you everywhere I go? What are the odds?
The fire in my heart will never burn out.
Mazdak, thank you for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. And I haven't played On Run in a while.
Nothing burns brighter than my
Listen, Nodlin, I haven't played On Run in a long time. So, if I lose, this is your fault.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oops. Case in point. Here.
I need help.
In 10 seconds.
I haven't hit my limit yet.
We got 2. Still winnable. We got 3. We can win that. Genji should die. Nice. We'll be back pretty soon. Okay, we can live that. Going.
Can someone heal me? Stronger than that, aren't you? Feeling warm yet? Appreciate it.
I needed to commit to either ability. I didn't do either. Frick. We have 4 ults though. Maybe? Somebody needs to die now though if we're gonna pop. And we're not going to kill anybody now. Frick.
We're outnumbered.
Ah,
Let's go smart.
shoot.
Welcome to orbit.
Massive Suzu. Oh gosh. Actually, unbelievable series of events. Actually, just straight up criminal that we win that. Dude, we actually juggled that point so well. Holy crap. Wait for our ball. Oh, frick, that's coming. Ah. Do I play for the res?
Flashpoint
They are taking the point. Disrupt them.
No, oh, we're down 2, sir. You're gonna die. Frick me!
Cielo. My ultimate is ready.
Okay, maybe not necessary. Nice.
There they are. Get ready.
Playing more on more my team is angling right now. You can mirror this, you can mirror this. Yeah, they're not really doing anything, so we don't need to do anything either. Nice, huge. Nice execute there. I guess we're fighting for this? really, really close there. I trusted the ult heal, but I almost ended there. And I'm not gonna take credit for that one because that wasn't my fault. That's the delay from the ultimate. It's obviously my responsibility. I shouldn't have done that. However, I forget how bad the delay is on that ultimate, dude. It's terrible. It's terrible, man. I'm like pressing the crap out of that button. I'm just standing there like a Neanderthal in the air. It's so bad. I just forgot how bad that delay was. I'm gonna try to go for it if you push me, but dead. Oh no! I was too slow with the E. My bad. My bad. My bad. That we could have maybe even demeched that if I'd been, because I had pocket there. Dude, I'm trolling. No. My bad. She hit her shots. Rats. That was better. Wait, that doesn't hit her? Frick. I should have disengaged that. Played that one slower, because we can get a trade now. My bad. I was too kamikaze there. Especially on the tank, it's just not worth in that situation. We need to go next.
One more time.
It's fine. I want to go and use my CDs here, and then that way I can kind of be here ahead of time. See what my ball's doing. Ball. No. No, I didn't mean. I actually meant to E there. I don't know why I opened. That was not worth it. Get a quick catch.
I need help.
Shoot. I meant to press my shift into E there and then like animation cancel, and I just accidentally pressed the ult. No.
Clear them off the objective.
I think I'm okay. Yeah. Nah, this is too deep of a flank. I don't need that flank idea. I really don't want to play patty cake with this. Huge. I don't need to flank this tracer just yet. Swing my angle wide. Burning. Wait, what? Did I not hit her with a dash? You guys see that? Oh, so unearned. Hootie. If I had a dime for every goofy death, I think I'd have like 4 dimes.
Setbacks are just part of the process.
Oh, I don't know if we're about that mind, sir. If you can live, it's fine. We cannot live. trying to help my Juno out. Paul's already back. Thought I had pocket. Can we live for Juno? Yes, we can. Can we get a trade? Yeah, I trolled that, man. My bad.
Next point, let's go. Vermilion Ascent is ready to burn.
Nice Matrix. Nice. Felt like my team had a hard time creating an angle there, so I wanted to open with my ultimate because I had my perk and my cooldowns, so I think it was a good play there. And then just need to live after that and we win. Hazard? Okay. Fine. Our sim getting picked off there kind of sucked. That's alright. There's lots of opportunities for us to win that one.
Blazing a path. Over there.
Ooh.
Let's play smart.
No, no ball, no ball, no ball, no ball. Okay. Wait, he's dead. Oh, I just freaking exploded. And we used both of our support ults.
Time to step up my training regimen.
No, bro. Ah. Dude, I didn't even hear the execution. Frick, we had it, man. Just too many unearned deaths unnecessarily. That's alright, good try. It was an okay game. It was pretty fun, I guess. Dude, that character is so freaking easy. It's actually insane how like basic that gameplay loop is. Still, it's fun as like a guilty pleasure, but I will do one more, then I'll stop. Do you get stream side allowed to have the stream room? I don't get stream side that much, I don't think. Not really. But no, no, I'm not playing 2 games of Onron. You think the lowest skill floor of any DPS? No, I don't think so. Probably, I don't know. It's hard to say. Seriously, man, what killed me there? Because I had the back cap and the disengage.
Ready for battle.
Welcome to orbit. Taking a Don't leave me.
I mean, I don't know, guys. I might just be stupid. I can hear it pretty clearly in the replay. Like, I can hear it pretty clearly in the replay. I think I'm just bad. Like, she does, like, I don't know. I think I'm just bad. I think I'm just bad. I think I'm just bad. Yeah, it was the freaking bike. The fight that we really should have won was this one right here. This one here was criminal. I think what happens, maybe my supports are too slow to push or my sim just fed. But like, this is like such a massive advantage. Maybe I should just like end here. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I don't know. And then here, just live instead of ending again. I don't know, actually, it doesn't really matter. But could be a focus check? Yeah, I mean, it's getting late in the day. My quality of play is going to dramatically drop. I don't think Onrun's that high of a skill floor. I think she's got like a medium skill floor. When I say, sorry. I'm saying like, okay, there's certain heroes that have a high skill floor or medium skill floor technically, but if you already know how to play Overwatch, don't have that high of a skill floor. If that makes sense. I think Onrun's a good example of maybe a character like that, or Soldier, right? Or Cassidy, Mizuki, right? The way to describe it is that they don't have like a lot of really unique mechanics that you have to kind of get a hang of, right? Let me give you guys a good example. Mercy, very low skill floor character, but it would take me like a few days to actually like be able to perform decently on Mercy. You get what I'm saying? Because her mechanics are like so completely unique that like even an experienced player needs like a little bit of time to like get the hang of it, you know? So I don't know if that makes sense. But like it's easy to like conflate like, oh, this character is like a low skill floor and anybody can play Mercy just in 2 seconds. Like, no, Mercy is a low skill floor, sure, but like you probably need like 3 or 4 hours to get the hang of it. Even as an experienced player. Like as in you will actively feed on Mercy until you've played Mercy for 3 to 4 games. Favorite Widowmaker skin? I don't know. I think there's a lot of good Widow skins. Not that one. I'll have to go through the list.
Vote for a map.
Kings Row, Rhine v Rhine. We'll do one more Symmetra one and then we'll call it. Landslide.
Select your hero.
Well, dying does not mean a character is not noob friendly. That just means that you're trade friendly.
Heroes to ban.
That's just high risk, high reward. That's not difficulty. That's kind of, remember that whole discussion with the game balance critique where I was criticizing that guy's definition of high risk, high reward for being high skill, high reward? That's a great example of why that comparison is important. Yeah, there's certainly some matchups not on that are super bad. Yeah, agreed. I love drives. Is on-run easier than Venture? I mean, what do you mean? Easier to pick up? I don't know. They're pretty close. I'd say Venture has a slightly higher skill ceiling.
We build a
In my
new
opinion.
world.
to appreciate Earth's beauty during all this conflict.
They believe her.
At times like this, I remember a good friend's advice.
You do? May I hear it?
Never.
That's funny. No, Ryan wasn't banned. No. What is our win rate with Sim this season? I don't think we played that much. 100%. Oh, we've only played one game. Oh. What am I thinking of? Was it thinking of my alt? Or last season? Okay, I don't remember. Maybe I thought I played more, maybe not. Egoist Cat. How's it going, mate? Can I leak the sauce? Can I tell everybody the good news? I asked that as if that doesn't just like kind of do that right there. What's the issue with OnRun? I mean, where do we even start? You're so far behind. You're so far behind, man. Bob Communist, you're so far behind. Literally 90% done? Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Looking forward to it. He's a communist who's at least 50 years behind. That's true. Poland would know all about that. Fell off the train 5 months ago? That's all right. You're just doing much more productive things. Hello, Talk Tua.
Select a map.
How much should I be changing roles and playing? Like, for getting better, I like all the roles. Play all the roles, and if you want to be like, limit your hero pool every like 2 weeks or so, and then swap it up, like play grind primarily support, then grind primarily tank, and then grind primarily DPS. That would probably be the best way to do it. Every like 2 weeks, give yourself time to like lock in a little bit, but do what you want.
Select heroes to ban.
Yep, no worries, mate. Select heroes to ban. We'll be done soon. Alright! Last game, boys. Wow, okay, that was simple. Sticky Finger. Stinky Finger. We cannot lose to Stinky Finger. I will retire forever if I lose to Stinky Finger. Both. It's spelled like stinky, but without the N, but it's got the KY, you know? Without. So it could be either, I guess. Are you sure about that? Yes.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Who should I kill first?
2-pack. Everybody's got a ceiling for how much effort that they want to put into the game and how much time that they have to put in the game.
Will it rain?
Maybe you've just found yours, or you haven't found proper motivation. We're gonna miss you, Spilo? No, alright. I appreciate the faith.
5, 4, 3. Constructing my teleporter.
Nice, guys. Good teamwork. I love this. What a great team. What a great team. Team is angling left. We go right. Damage using the Sojourn. We love that. Thought for sure he's gonna push me. I don't know why I'm all firing there when I have a tier 3 beam. Oh dear. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Not into Junkrat.
My sentry is offline.
It's just sitting there.
Turret materialized.
Let's increase our pace.
Uh-oh.
Ophelia got the button.
Bubble me. Okay, it's fine. Expensive death, expensive death. Good bubble from Zarya buys me some time. Unfortunate res, that's alright. We can maybe stall this for another 3 or 4 seconds.
With each failure comes new perspective. Placing a turret here.
I don't know why I turreted there. Zero chance they push that angle up.
Not so fast.
Hey. Don't mind me.
Turret materialized. Yahi parambasta vishate.
Okay, this is uncomfortable. Very much so. We got high ground off of it. That's freaking sucked. Holy crap. I'm going to do something illegal! No way we lose this. There, we're good. No, oh, we might lose this. Oh, huge grab, huge grab, huge grab, huge grab. We'd win this. No!
Chaos will not
Okay, we're good. High charge, sorry, OP, we're fine. Okay.
My sentry is offline.
Stinky finger down.
Next, flashpoint. Town
Nice.
center.
Frick, man. Slotville Baggins going over here. Oh, what the frick is going on?
Enemy in sight. Placing a turret here.
Keep swinging. Turret my angle. No, it's too late. Okay, we got it. We should not have gotten that off. Turning him in the sky.
Distributing turrets.
That's not how that works.
Wonderful.
I don't know if they've tweaked matchmaking. I don't think so. You just might have had an unlucky streak.
My turret was demolished.
Alright, this son of a gun has shatter still.
Placing a turret here. I have opened the bar. Turret materialized.
We can fortify this angle here. They're gonna have to walk out at some point. Where the frick is this DPS line, man? What the frick? Okay. It's probably gonna be double up. Yeah, I don't know. It was borderline. I understand. I wasn't mad that it hit me, but it was awfully close. Alright, 1, 2, and then hold one more. Don't like what we're doing here. I guess we're gonna walk forward. I'm gonna walk forward then. Just in case. Okay, I'm fine. I don't need my teleporter anymore.
My reality, my solution. New revelations have come to light. I have opened the path. My turret was demolished.
That was weird.
Aligning defense system.
All you're looking for with Sim are like minor advantages, you know what I'm saying? Like minor advantages, like, okay, I have a turret so I can take the 1v1, or I have my TP available so I can deepen, you know? I don't want to deepen there into the Rhine, but he seems kind of distracted, so we're gonna go. There's the Junkrat, so now we get out. Now we gotta back off because we only have a few advantages. Now we TP bomb because they're right here. This is actually losable here. Okay. I needed to live there. We actually can win that if I live. Very much so. We can actually still live right now if my Zarya gets something crazy, but like that Rhine might die. No, never mind.
A chance to iterate is always
My bad.
appreciated.
Pooty, pooty, pooty.
I have opened
What am I doing, man? Like,
what
what the frick, man? Why is my Zarya going into the room? I guess she was low? What the frick is the hitbox in that ultimate? We're going. Run, Rudolph. Run, Rudolph. Who's dead, chat? Remember? On. Not my favorite. I need to freaking be careful. Okay, that's worth. Good follow-up. We got out. We're getting some chip damage, too. Oh my gosh, that was weird. Did you guys see that? It like couldn't decide if I was pinned or not. Alright, we carried that fight. Nice. I didn't lose the sneaky finger. Yeah, I literally couldn't decide if I was pinned or not. That was weird. Wow. GG's. That was fun. Kind of a tough matchup, honestly. Damage boosted Sojourn on one angle, and then the Junk on the other does make choosing angles a little challenging. But pretty good map for Sim. Dude, no, this sim skin is classic.
Ready for battle.
This sim skin is classic.
Double. I am outstanding.
Hyperwing deploy.
Oh my gosh. What is going on with Rhinepin today? Oh my gosh!
A taste of poison.
You know what happened? Look in the bottom right. Can you guys see that behind the chat?
Of my space.
Look at behind the chat. Look at the cooldown on the teleporter. It like either was destroyed or it broke right as I teleported. But wait, no, it didn't break. It just expired. I think I just cut the timing really close, and then the game kind of tweaked. So that was weird, though. That was weird. I didn't feel like that should have been the case. Yeah. Okay, really quick before I forget, 2 more things that I forgot. Also, the alt fire with Shion sounds like it hits when it doesn't. Would be nice if that was actually adjusted, just so that like it gave more clear feedback on whether you hit the alt fire or not. And also, I don't like the delay on pressing dash into bike. I would like that to be a little bit faster moving forward, just for her abilities to flow better. 2 things I forgot about. Yeah, we'll slap that in later. Perfect. Okay. Goodbye. Thank you for being here. Perfect timing. Whom should we raid? I don't know. Who do you guys want to raid? Any preferences? Sunshine raid? Yeah, sure. Why not? Is she playing right now? I don't see her. Yeah, she's playing. Yeah, we could raid Sunshine. We'll raid Sunshine. Goodbye, guys. Goodbye. See you guys later. Bye, YouTube. No issues with today's internet. And Lord willing, Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday. Only 3 more potential danger streams. This is fingers crossed. So I'll see you guys later. Okay, goodbye. Love.